Local sports in the afternoon. It's the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Kyle Draper on your radio at 1140 a.m.
Streaming audio at SactownSports.com and the Sactown Sports app.
You can also watch the show on YouTube at Sactown Sports 1140. Here are the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Kyle Draper.
No. Kyle Draper not here today. He'll be back tomorrow. But the big news is, look who is here. Our Sactown Sports Kings insider. Brenden Nunes with us today.
Ooh,
what's going on? How are you able to clear your calendar enough to join us here with so many things going on?
Yeah, inevitably, I think that we will get a Kings trade during this just because I can't write currently. It's always just at inopportune times, or I just maybe I'm thinking the world centers around me way too much, but
could be.
I am glad to be here, Whitey. Long day, a little Devin Carter press conference introductory this morning, and glad to be here.
Yeah, well, thanks for helping us out. We appreciate that. Of course, we got Simone keeping us on the air again today. What can you share with us about that media conference today? Anything of note? Anything jump out about the newest King, Devin Carter, besides the fact that everyone's got to check out his shoulder. Doctors have to look at his shoulder.
Yeah, which doesn't sound like it's anything. I think if it was really pressing that we would know if it was to that extent. He said that just happened in a workout. I think the team trainers are still going to take a look at him throughout the course of this week. They didn't rule him out for Summer League yet. They just said TBD. So we will find out later in this week. I think once we reach about Thursday, Friday, we'll probably start to get some practices and more updates as we get closer to there. But the common word that is mentioned for Devin Carter from himself and for Monte McNair is winning. That he's a winner and will do whatever that takes. And you can see it in his jumps at Providence. That rebounding number that I think he got up to 8.7 by his junior year. He did that because one of their big men went out and was like, oh, we need to get rebounds. So I'm just going to go do that. He's 6'2", and he talks about rebounding like he's Dennis Rodman. He's watching the ball come off the rim. So I think he's ready to do anything. And the quote from him that I'll share with you guys is, early in my career, I just want to impact winning. In college, I wasn't focused on the individual awards that I got. First team Big East, I wasn't focused on that. I think me being focused on winning and just playing the right way, the individual awards will come with that. He doesn't have any sort of rookie goals. He just wants to impact winning. And I think that he can do that in multitude of ways. And the one thing I would point out from Monty's side is he keeps mentioning that he's a two-way player. And everybody talks about the logjam of guards. A lot of the other guards really kind of play one side of the floor.
Yeah. Your words remind me of something that the great Harold Presley told me once. HP said, we were talking about rebounding, and he said, every team needs a guy who's just, that's what they do. They go get the ball. Now the Kings already have one of those. So Devin Carter should fit right in, assuming that will translate to the next level, which it should. And it looks like he's done his homework in terms of the things he's saying. He understands the things Kings fans want to hear, right? Yep. I know he lived here before, and he's saying all those things.
Lived in Roseville for a year when his dad was an assistant coach on the staff. And there's pictures of him. I think he's somewhere around 13 to 15 at Hardwood Palace, where De'Aaron Fox, Malik Monk just had their mini camp, which makes it kind of a fun full circle moment. Says purple might be my favorite color now. Yeah. Yeah, he's playing it a little bit, but I like it. And he's going to fit right in. I think he's going to be a fan favorite quickly. I do understand the hesitations that a lot of these wordings sound very similar to Davion, though, I will add.
Oh, wow.
I think it's different, but I understand where people are coming from. The winner, Monty calling him one of the hardest workers, if not the best work ethic in the class, the defense, the two-way ability. This was kind of talked about with Davion. I think there are differences, and I don't think they're the same, but I understand why people would be saying that.
Not to pile on Davion, there's no need to do that. He played hard here, and he improved, which was, you really have to give a guy credit for that at that level. But when he was drafted, I thought it was a bit of a reach, because I remember projections when Davion was drafted that said, this guy's ceiling is probably a backup guard on a good team, which is, there's nothing wrong with that. But to me, that guy probably shouldn't have gone as high as he did. This guy's ceiling, anyway, I think is a lot higher than that. We'll see.
Yeah, I think it feels different for sure. Davion did feel like a little bit more of a reach. And like you said, not to pile on, I do very much appreciate Davion. And I think that the hard work and all that aspects, the tenacity to get to this point, even at 6 foot, 6'1", a lot of credit to Davion for that. But Devin Carter's a guy that they thought was going to go top 10. And if you look at all the draft analysts after the fact, everybody loves the guy and thinks that he can fit anywhere and that he can play bigger than the 6'2" that he is because of a 6'8" wingspan and just a willingness to.
So did anybody ask Monty about, hey, when are you going to make a trade? What's going on? What news do we have? Or did he address that? Or Where are we with that as far as he's concerned?
Yeah, there's definitely activity going on is kind of the wording that he goes about that. But I guess my 2 cents is from our media perspective, it almost feels like there's not much of it doesn't feel like the right time to do that, I guess I would say. And guys will get reportings from other places and things like that, but almost don't want to take away, and speaking for myself specifically, but from Devin Carter's moment to, then be asking Monty about,
I know.
Hey, who are you trying to trade, including possibly the guy sitting right next to you.
Right.
So
that was another thing I was wondering about.
Yeah.
So let's ask you this, Brenden, as we all try to figure out where is this going, what's going on.
Yep.
The great Mark Spears today, right? Mark Spears mentioning the possibility on ESPN of the Kings being a dark horse for DeMar DeRozan.
I don't
know. That one buckled me a little bit.
Same.
Okay.
I have yet to hear the clip, so I will admit that I have a little hesitation about getting got when that first happened, but it seems to be a thing. And I mean, if we're talking MLE, adding a guy, I guess it just I can't get there really, Whitey. The spacing doesn't make much sense to me. I think the playmaking, he's a very smart player, going off of dribble handoffs, playing alongside these other guys. I think that he could find a way to fit, but that seems like the last thing that Sacramento really currently needs in my mind.
Mm-hmm. This is what we have, and I'm sure you've seen this. Cameron Salerno on Twitter. Mark J. Spears just now, and this was 22 minutes ago, quote, Kings are dark horse to get DeMar DeRozan. The Kings will be back in the postseason next year. They got a move coming soon.
I like the last part.
Uh-huh.
I like the last part. Hopefully there's a move more than DeMar DeRozan, I will say. That could make more sense after there were a trade and say that more of these guards went out and then all of a sudden you're a little bit more thin. Then it's like, okay, now let's go add DeMar. If there still is the flexibility to do so after fact, to me, I need to see the trade first because currently adding DeMar doesn't make much sense to me. I guess you could say he's a 3 and that gives you more depth there, but I think they need even more size than that if you're looking to fill in some bench pieces.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Like I say, when I first heard that, I thought, wait, that doesn't
Same.
add up.
Yeah,
we'll
me
see.
too.
But my sense is that one of the reasons Mark Spears says this, and he obviously knows what he's doing, it sounds like from what we can gather, the Kings are in on a lot of guys potentially, right? So they're probably, my thinking is, his guess is they're going to hit on something because they're in on a lot of guys, which is why, in my opinion, I understand all the frustration over nothing's happened, but it's not really fair because it's not like Monty's not doing anything. He's doing a lot of things.
For sure.
Right.
And, I think it takes a little bit of craziness or willingness to think outside of a box to be a good general manager. That man is wearing a vest and a long sleeve in the press conference today. And he just did this after the draft too. Whitey, it's freezing in here, but it is very hot outside. And he's a little crazy. Mm-hmm. And I think that's a good thing. Good point. Willingness to try a lot of different things, willingness to trade Tyrese Halliburton. And that has worked out for the best, I think, at least, variances in timelines and things like that. But they've been linked to so many different guys, whether it is Brandon Ingram, whether it's Lauri Markkanen, Kyle Kuzma, Zach LaVine, Dorian Finney-Smith, Cam Johnson. I think Chris has said it really well. A lot of things have happened, but none of the guys they've been linked to are gone yet. Yeah, everything is still on the table from that aspect. Mm-hmm. Now, if we want to talk Najee Marshall, Derek Jones Jr., MLE stuff, I get some of those frustrations, but you want to maintain your flexibility as well for being able to take on more salary than you send out in some of these trades. So everything is still on the table. And it wouldn't surprise me if, like we were saying in crosstalk, that one of those things they already know they could do, but they'd rather have the other one. So let's try for that before we go back to it. Not that, if Kuzma's your fallback, a team could come in and just take him away and all of a sudden your fallback's gone. So there's not a lack of risk in that aspect, but I think that's an understandable way to approach it if that's how they're going about it.
Unless Zach LaVine's your fallback, because no one's going to.
Yeah. I don't know about that one, Whitey. Yeah, that one's, I'm not huge on that.
That's Kyle
one.
Draper's number one selection.
I understand. Offensively, I actually think he's a really, really good fit. I think that he could do everything in Sacramento's offense. I think that he's overcast as a playmaker in Chicago, and lowering those responsibilities in Sacramento could be pretty beneficial for him. But overall, it's just the contract, right? And where does he still have more room to grow from where he's at right now? I obviously, not to say that he couldn't get better, but I think that we're probably about at the point where Zach LaVine is what Zach LaVine is. And that's just not a guy where I look at and it's like, all right, they're now top 4 in the West. There's still a lot of questions about the current roster and the future flexibility that comes obviously with that LaVine deal.
Not only the money, and if they get him, it'll be exciting, right? And it'll be a lot of fun to see where it goes. But it's not just the money with Zach LaVine. It's the fact that he had to have surgery last year to repair a bone that wasn't healing on its own. And hopefully that's fine. But, paying that much money, what is it, more than $40 million a year for each of the next 3 years, assuming he opts in, for a guy who hopefully he can run,
Right.
There's just a massive risk.
And when it's one of those guys, and I think that Lauri Markkanen and Brandon Ingram kind of fall into the same thing because they're going to get paid after the end of these years, you better be sure it's the right guy. And I feel a lot more confident in LaVine in Lauri or Ingram than I do when it comes to LaVine at those price tags.
We made a decision here, and I hope you're okay with it. I'm going to apologize to you in advance. One of the things I wanted to do today is talk to some of the different hosts on the station, just get different views. And we were trying to do this at 2:30, and this guy's like, I have to do it at 2:12. So I'm sorry, but Carmichael Dave's coming up. Is that all right, man?
I know a Dave from Roseville. I guess.
We'll see what Dave thinks of all this. We're going to check in with all our hosts today to get their temperatures on what's going on, what's going to happen, what do you think's going to happen. Carmichael Dave tips us off next. It's a Drive Guys. Brenden Nunes today on Sactown Sports.
Subscribe to Sactown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stylson Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sactown Sports.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
If you're looking to move out of your parents' place, you could really cut expenses by bundling your car and renter's insurance with Progressive, which is good because your little brother has gotten really territorial. You're blood related. You'd think it would be fine to share food in the fridge. I mean, who writes their name on every individually wrapped slice of cheese, Tyler? Still, you gotta admire the commitment. So bundle your renters and car insurance with Progressive and use the savings to help you move out and have all the cheese you want. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all.
Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Carmichael Dave is coming up. Before we get to him, Brenden Nunes in today for Draper. And yes, breaking news.
Jonathan Isaac signed a
Kings fans love him.
5-year, $84 million deal going back to the Orlando Magic. There is a sense of restructuring, also part of this, restructuring and extending. I'm curious to see what the details may be because there's got to be some incentives in here or non-guaranteed, or you have to meet a certain amount of games played to get your full deal because there's a lot of injury history.
Interesting. So things are popping. Nice enough to join us now. He is the co-host of the Jay Ross and Company show with Christopher Laud. It's Carmichael Dave. Dave, what do you make of this Jonathan Isaac news?
That's Florida State's Jonathan Isaac, Whitey. Come on, man.
How are you? Thank you very much for coming on. I know, you got things to do in the afternoon, but I just want to get a sense today of everybody. Of course, we listen every day and the station is just so hot right now, but I just want to get kind of a round table here at various times this afternoon on where everybody is. So, Dave, what's going to happen? How big is the difference between what you think the Kings will do and what you want them to do?
I don't know.
Okay. Because he's busy.
Great radio guy over here.
I was going to see how long I could do it. But no, first off, that's a hell of a nice, you guys have some new production we don't have. I like that. The return that was there, that was awesome.
That's Simone. That's Simone doing it.
Is that Simone?
Yes.
Oh, my God. Dude, that is fantastic. Far better than what we have. But that wasn't your question, Whitey. I don't know. Here's the problem, and nobody wants to hear this. We have a job. Our job is to get listeners and to sell sponsorships. And the way we do that is by getting more listeners. And I want you to know I'm fully aware when I say this. I don't like any of the guys they're talking to.
Really?
I don't like. Give me a name they're talking to. I'll tell you why I have an issue with it. Like, we're talking about the big four: Ingram, Markkanen, Kyle Kuzma, and
Zach
LaVine. All right, Zach LaVine, crazy contract, 3 more years, can't get on the floor. Similar, by the way, with Brenden Ingram, he can get on the floor, but now you're adding offense. He's a hell of an offensive player. Average at best defender. Averages about 58, 59 games a season. And what you give up for him, which if you can get him without giving up Keegan, you're giving up a lot of draft capital. You're going to max him out next year, and you're cap locked, which is the phrase I've been using, is cap locked. You're cap locked, and your defense didn't get better. Lauri Markkanen, probably best of the bunch, right? Best of the bunch. You're adding a double-double guy, a 7-footer who can hit threes. He's hitting 1.5 a game, 3.5 a game, something crazy like that at 40%. Not the most durable guy, but that's not my issue with him. My issue with him is, again, you're maxing him out next year, and now what? You're going to move Keegan to the 3, and now your defensive anchors down low are Lauri Markkanen and Domantas Sabonis. I'm most attracted to him as a King. But what are you going to have to give to, let's play a game, Whitey, if you want a really short segment of moves Danny Ainge has made in which the other team worked out better in the long run. You go first.
Yeah, I was just yesterday, Dave, I was saying, I want Lauri Markkanen unless he's available. Because if he's available, that means Danny Ainge doesn't want him anymore. If Danny Ainge doesn't want him, I don't want him. So I get your point.
And the fourth guy is Kyle Kuzma. Now, Kyle Kuzma is the least sexy of the names being thrown out there. But for me, you're getting a guy, by the way, put Kyle Kuzma's numbers against Brenden Ingram's numbers and watch yourself be surprised at how close they are. As a matter of fact, by I think 1/100th of a percentage point, Kuzma is more efficient overall shooting than Ingram. It's negligible. Probably about the same defender, maybe slightly better. But here's the deal. He's on a descending, wonderful contract for the next 3 years. I think it goes like 2019, 18, something like that. And you're not necessarily cap locked. But does Kyle Kuzma put you over the top? So you're hearing these names being floated, and the only one that makes even the most sense to me in the long run is Kyle Kuzma, because you have to, as you know, look at the entire picture, not just, this guy's going to score points for us.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think all those concerns are definitely just the right things to highlight with these different types of guys. But I think that the follow-up to that is, how long can you wait? If you don't have something that you like, at what point do they have to pull the trigger on just the best option available as you get closer and closer to Keegan getting on that next deal?
Well, I would ask you, I think it's a great point, Brenden. And I think that's, we are all, I've used this analogy before. When I was 19 years old, my best friend Boris worked at a car dealership. I went in there to buy a Honda Accord. It's what I could afford. Great gas mileage, was reliable. He convinced me to buy a 1991 Dodge Stealth, which was about $300 more because, well, we all know why a 19-year-old's going to buy a Dodge Stealth at the time. And about a year and a half later, in the middle of a snowstorm, I watched it get repossessed in St. Paul, Minnesota. Impatience is the enemy of success. Now, I would ask you this. If I was basketball Jesus and I told you that acquiring any of these 4 guys would make you better, would make you basically the Dame Lillard era Portland Trailblazers, and you're a second, maybe third round out, maybe a Western Conference Finals in there, which is very enjoyable, but you are hard capped at a ceiling of no championship. So I gave you a choice between acquiring one of these guys and having a nice run with Sabonis and Fox, and then eventually let them go when they're 29, 30 years old and starting over, or waiting till the next trade deadline, waiting until next summer, waiting until that right piece comes up. Everyone's going to want the move right now because they're impatient. But overall, can we be patient as a fan base and say, look, if it's not something that is going to help us along the way in winning a championship, I don't want to make the move because I don't want to lock it up. Guys, we're going to have 3 max guys in a year if we make the Markkanen or Ingram move. And by the way, Keegan Murray ain't going to come cheap in 2 years.
Mm-hmm. Carmichael Dave is with us. Yes, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I acknowledge that, I can feel the collective eye roll of the audience. No one wants to talk about this stuff. It's like doing taxes. You want to think about who's going to help the team offensively, and we're going to score points and maybe win 52 games, and let's just do something because we're tired of seeing the Jonathan Isaacs of the world doing their thing and everybody else getting better. I completely get that as a lifelong Kings fan. The toughest thing in the world is to be disciplined and be patient and keep your eye on the prize. And I just feel like any of those 4 moves, you're making a move to get marginally better, but a lot of it is just impatience because we got to make a move. Well, why do we have to make a move?
Because, David, and I'll tell you why, and I understand your point.
Sir.
Here's the thing, as you know, you don't want to be in the NBA one position. You don't want to be in the middle. You want to be either, we're building towards something. We're tearing it down, I should say. We're tanking, or we're competing. Kings right now are smack dab in the middle. So you got to do one or the other. And if you're just going to, we're going to be patient. Patience doesn't do you a lot of good if you're still going to be smack dab in the middle, especially with a big draft coming up next year and the year after that looks like a big draft. So that's why I think the Kings, door 3, which is, tank mode, is not an option, right? We know that. No. So I think everyone's open. All right, well, it's going to take a little luck, but let's swing for the fences and hope things work out. Because otherwise, you're just sitting there again going, it was kind of underwhelming.
I 100% hear you, and we're on the same page. You don't want to be in the middle. I would throw the following question back at the both of you and just ask you to, as always, be honest. With the exception of Kuzma, because it's a little bit more palatable on the cap. Let's go LaVine, which I think is unlikely unless we get draft capital back. LaVine, Ingram, or Markkanen. We acquire any of those guys, and let's say we don't give up Keegan. Let's say we mortgage a lot of draft capital, especially with Markkanen. Do you think, because once that happens, we're cap locked. It's MLE or bust, basically, unless you move one of your big 4, in that case, big 5. Do you think Lauri Markkanen, do you think Brandon Ingram, do you think those guys allow the Kings to contend for a title? Because if the answer is no, then you don't make the move.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that the West is so wide open that it's hard for me to definitively say no, but it's definitely like a very slim chance. I'm kind of the thought of if you make a team that can get close enough to it, that can get to the conference finals, anything could happen in there from there, like the Toronto year where they happen to take it. And I think that it could get you close. Outside of OKC, Denver got a little worse. They're still going to be above Sac, obviously. After that, I don't really know who else in the West I'm looking at like, they would for sure be better than the Kings.
Mm-hmm. Listen to this, David, from the text line here. Actually, it's from the chat. Pardon me. Daniel 916 says, so what do we do, Dave? Mark Sawyer says, forget the cap. The cap decision is a decision to not swing the bat. Swing the bat, Kings. So that's how, a lot of fans feel.
And I understand that. And it's really tough to have a fun conversation about cap and budget and discipline. But I can promise you 2 years from now, when the Kings make their second round exit and they've won 50 games every year, and that's fine and dandy, and they're looking at extending Keegan Murray, De'Aaron Fox wants his super max deal. You're now going to have, 4 max players on the squad, or 3.5 with Keegan, let's say, and you're the Phoenix Suns. See, I would say, Whitey, the last thing you want to be is the Phoenix Suns. You are in the middle, you're completely cap locked, and you have an owner that's out of his mind. And I would ask you both this, and Whitey, you know more about sports than anybody I know when it comes to trivia. Brenden, you're a hell of an insider, and you know this team back and forth. I'll put you both on the spot. Give me the last title team in the NBA that had less than 2+, if not all, world defenders. Give me the last one. Eddie.
Does Denver?
That's who I was thinking, actually.
So
yeah.
I would say, I think that's valid, but I would throw back Denver had Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Bruce Brown, and Aaron Gordon.
Yeah, that's fair.
That are all 3+ defenders. I'm serious. Go back a long time. Go way back. Go back as far as you want. So to me, it becomes mathematics. If we're even going to say Keegan Murray is going to develop into an all defensive caliber wing defender, yeah, that's our guy. Now you have Keon Ellis. Maybe you have Devin Carter. Who's your defense? Who's your other wing defender? Who's down low? It ain't Markkanen. It ain't Ingram.
So
it ain't Kuzma.
You're saying, and by the way, the answer to your question is the 1951 Rochester Royals.
That's correct.
Do you think, you want to be honest here, this core is currently constituted, to think that this core somehow gets to a championship? I mean, obviously it's possible, and that's what you're working towards, but there's lots of boxes to check between now and then. to me, you're embracing some of those things that you're talking about. Do you want to be the Portland Trailblazers to get to the conference finals and that's it? I think for most Kings fans, the answer would be, yeah, because this team to a championship, I don't know. Is that even realistic at this point, David?
And that's fair. And there's nothing wrong with being a fan saying we missed the playoffs 16 straight years. We're never going to be Boston or Denver, at least not with this crew. I just want to win more games than we lose. I want to get a chip in the chair in the playoffs and see where it falls. And you know what? If we lose in the second, third round Western Conference Finals, God forbid we even make the finals like Dallas and we lose, I'll take that over what we're doing right now. I hear you, and God bless, and there's nothing wrong with that. I want a championship, which means we have to have uncomfortable conversations. We need to have conversations, which, by the way, this isn't going to happen, and don't anybody freak out. But we need to have conversations where we go, well, Monte McNair traded Tyrese Halliburton, which was the first ever draft pick he made as a GM when he didn't have an extension, and he traded him for Domantas Sabonis. So why are we assuming that Fox and Sabonis and Keegan Murray are all untouchable? The guy's demonstrated he'll trade for anyone. What if Memphis calls and says, hey, we just drafted Zach Edey. We'll trade you Jaren Jackson Jr. and Marcus Smart for Domantas Sabonis. Do you listen? Does it have to be this core? I don't know. I don't care. I want the core that's going to win a championship, and I want to do it with these guys. But that means we're going to have some uncomfortable conversations. And I don't want to make a move, but that's because I'm title-focused. I totally get the alternative. And if that's the case, and we do end up getting Brandon Ingram for, Barnes and 3 firsts and Trey Lyles or whatever it ends up being, we're going to be a much better team next year, probably. We're going to win 50-plus games next year. It's going to be a fun year. That ain't a title team, but maybe that's enough for a lot of people, and I completely respect that.
Carmichael Dave, I respect you for coming on with us. Thank you. We appreciate it. We'll be listening, and we'll talk to you soon.
Hey, Whitey, the only reason I'm doing this, by the way, is the week after next. It's dead week. It's the first dead week I've worked in 10 years, and Jason's on vacation, so don't think I'm hitting your ass up that week either, dude. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Carmichael Dave.
Thank you.
Yeah. And, boy, that was fun, huh? Wow. When we come back, we got Brenden in for Kyle Draper today. What we know and don't know about the Kings offseason pursuit of the big names when we come right back. Drive Guys, Sactown Sports.
Our first year as the radio home of the San Francisco 49ers is one we will never forget.
And here's Purdy going to throw one deep, wide for Debo. Made the catch on the back shoulder. Touchdown! San Francisco!
And a back shoulder banger for Deebo Samuel.
Congratulations to the 49ers on a terrific year. And thank you for so many wonderful memories.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. For your Tuesday, it is an alert day for the heat and the wind. Hot day expected in the valley with highs peaking at 106 to 110 this afternoon. Overnight lows only dropping off to the 70s and strongest north wind expected on the west side of the valley. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
The 4th of July sales event is here at Folsom Lake Kia. Special offers on your favorite models. Plus buy with 0 down on approval of credit. Shop Folsom Lake Kia in the Folsom Auto Mall and tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Legend says that golf courses are made up of 18 holes because it took exactly 18 shots to finish a fifth of scotch, a shot per hole. As it turns out, the 18-hole limit came to be somewhat accidentally. In truth, there was no standard number of holes on a course. In the beginning, it might have been 11, 23, 15, or 7. St. Andrews, for example, had 22 holes until 1764 when 4 were merged to make it an 18-hole course. The exact date when 18 holes became the standard is a bit sketchy, but according to the British Golf Museum, the R&A issued new rules for its members in 1858, and Rule 1 stated, 1 round of the links or 18 holes is reckoned a match unless otherwise stipulated. We can only presume that this was slowly adopted throughout Britain. By the 1870s, more courses had 18 holes, and a round of golf was being accepted as consisting of 18 holes. Maybe not as romantic as the story of the bottle of scotch, but the truth is always stranger than fiction. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
I'm a very active person that likes to move around and go. The pain I was in was really excruciating. It was actually debilitating. I was basically heading towards a sedentary lifestyle. I had really tried everything, but I quickly lost hope with all of the things that we had tried, and that's what led me to the Good Feet store. And when I found the Good Feet system, it really just changed everything. It brought me back to life. I have my active lifestyle back.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville. Tune in to Sactown Sports now through July 9th for all your coverage of the California Classic, brought to you in part by Alsco Uniforms, proud partner of the Sacramento Kings. Discover why it pays to keep clean with Alsco Uniforms. Tune in to Sactown Sports now through July 9th for all your coverage of the California Classic, brought to you in part by Clean California. Remember, just one piece of litter can ruin the game. 0 litter is the goal.
Elk Grove Kia and Elk Grove Auto Mall is under new management, but you can still expect that same 5-star experience. Celebrate 4th of July in a 2024 Kia Forte for only $169 a month, or get 4.99% APR for 72 months on a new Kia Seltos. Come take a test drive Elk Grove Kias in the Elk Grove Auto Mall and online at elkgrovekia.com. Forte lease plus tax, $4,999 due at signing, $0 security deposit, 10,000 miles per year, 26 per mile excess, 5 available. Seltos offers $16.06 per month per $1,000 finance. No down payment required, available on approval of credit. Ends July 8, 2024.
Sponsored by Xfinity Internet. Enjoy ultimate control of your home network. Personalize your Wi-Fi name and password. Assign user profiles. View and control connected devices and more with the Xfinity Internet app.
Sacramento's official home for the San Francisco 49ers.
Sactown Sports.
Yeah, we're all about the Kings today in free agency, of course. Brenden Nunes is in for Kyle Draper. But turns out we have some breaking 49er news. Here's our 49er insider, Emil Fragoso.
Hi, guys. How's it going?
Good. Thank you for taking a few moments here to share with us what's going on. I know you got some a story to write.
Yeah, getting the story up right now. And it does not involve a Niner who is currently on the team, but one that was part of the last Super Bowl run in February. Deshaun Gibson, safety for the 49ers the last 2 years. Remember, he signed that 1-year deal going right after 2022 training camp going into the season. Was
had a heck
solid.
of a year.
Heck of a year the past 2 years. Was an awesome guy, awesome interview, awesome person for the locker room. Well, unfortunately, today it's come out that he has been suspended 6 games for violation of the performance-enhancing substance policy with the NFL. We have a statement, actually. Deshaun Gibson has been suspended by the commissioner for the first 6 games of the 2024 season. He is eligible to sign and participate in all preseason activities, including games. His suspension will take effect as of the roster reduction to 53 players.
Okay, and I know Brendan mentioned this during the break. I think some people, and I caught it too, when you hear that, it's like, wait, that's if it's performance-enhancing drugs, that's what they used to call it. This sounds like the wording is a little different.
Yes, I believe it's more they changed it so it can mean a variety of different things. Again, drugs can be kind of referred to as demonstrative in a way. If there was steroids in the past, anabolic steroids, this could be potentially a supplement or a vitamin of some sort that had a banned substance in it. That's why it's called a substance now. But at the end of the day,
it's basically a PED.
It's basically
what we used to call a PED.
Yes,
right?
and we don't know if it was taken per his knowledge or was taken by accident, but he did test positive for that. And even though he is a free agent currently, if he does come back to the NFL, which is we don't know yet. We don't know if he's going to be back in the NFL this year. He will be out the first 6 weeks of the season, of the regular season.
Yeah, that would be my follow-up to you is what do you think that would mean for the rest of this year? How likely would you say it is that he ends up on a roster or even like the rest of his career? Do you think this could be something that lingers?
I think because it's only 6 games, it's very possible that Deshaun looks at it this year. Again, this is a guy who's 33, almost 34 years old,
right,
and is looking to play for a contender, win a Super Bowl because he hasn't done that yet as an NFL player. And I think it's still possible that he gets through these first 6 games and is still suspended for these first 6 games, but can come back afterwards and be a part of a championship contender team. I'm not saying the Niners or anything like that,
right,
but other teams that could be looking for safety help, but he would have to serve those 6 games. His career could be over if he doesn't want to play anymore, but I do think it's possible if a team wanted to pick him up and then kind of just hold him on the shelf for the first 6 weeks, and then he could play.
Gotcha. Emil Fragoso, look for his story, sactownsports.com. One more question for you. Just your opinion, no wrong answer.
Yes.
Which on-air personality here at Sactown Sports is most likely to fail such a test and to test positive for PEDs?
And Dave is bringing up the Ionescu thing in the chat, just so you know, if that makes your answer any easier.
It 100% be Dave from Carmichael. Wouldn't even be a question in my mind. Wouldn't even be a question in my mind. I mean, this guy rolls in here with snacks and beverages.
Yeah,
you never know what's going on with Dave. It's his own little
freezing in here, but he's never cold. I don't know what's going on.
I know. I mean,
wow.
David.
Good
man.
answer. Good answer.
David, so,
thank you, Emil.
Thanks, boys.
Yeah. Woo.
Appreciate it.
I remember one time, who was it Guillermo Mota, a Giants pitcher? and I think this would have been 2012, and he tested positive for something. And, every time somebody tests positive, they always say, it was an accident. I didn't mean to. And they looked into it, and they actually cleared him. They said, yes, he took cough syrup that was for one of his kids, and it turned out it had a banned substance in it, and he was cleared. They found that he really didn't know. That's the only time I can think of where a guy said, no, I didn't mean to do it. And they looked into it and go, we believe him. He's right.
Not Barry Bonds.
He never actually admitted except in grand jury testimony, which is supposed to be sealed. I think that's the only time you actually.
Fair enough.
What do you think of my idea when they have the Barry Bonds statue that it's like inflatable?
God.
So
be pretty good. Yeah, stages of his career, we'll start with Pirates and just slowly work our ways up. Yeah.
Yes, Simone's down with that.
To be honest, I hadn't seen Pirates pictures of Barry Bonds until the last year or so, and whoa, okay, I see what's going on here.
It's funny now. There's this conversation. Unfortunately, that Willie Mays passed. There's this conversation. Who's the greatest living player? And you can look at Barry a number of ways, but there's no question it's Barry Bonds, right?
Yeah,
he did what he did. However, he did it.
Absolutely. It's ridiculous. I mean, the numbers, and who knows how many guys were really doing that at the time.
Right. Good point.
So deserves some recognition, even if he got a little bit of help. It was entertainment. It was prime entertainment, Whitey.
There was one year he was facing a guy named Eric Gagne of the Dodgers, who also it would appear, was no stranger to PEDs. And it was one of the greatest at-bats in the history of baseball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard a stand-up where it's like, all these guys should do it.
I know. And this was an example. What would it be like? It would be pretty awesome.
Yeah.
It would also be pretty awesome, Brenden, if the Kings got somebody, a big name, to come in here in a trade that got everyone excited. But now Carmichael Dave says, I don't want any of these guys. What are we to make of this? What are we to think? As a fan, do we still want these guys?
Yeah, I get where he's coming from. I think, again, the concerns are all reasonable. I'm higher on Laurie, and I think to answer his defensive question of there being a big-time defender on all of the championship teams, at least one or two, it's usually not the stars. It could be Aaron Gordon is the complementary piece. KCP is the complementary piece, like Alex Caruso, Derek Jones Jr., or they're comparing Devin Carter to Alex Caruso in a way. Could he eventually be the perimeter guy that we're talking about? Could Keegan grow into the more wing defender that we're talking about? And I think that there's a ways to find those guys, but really your main defender is your center, the most important defender on the floor, I guess I would say. And Domas has some shortcomings there. He's an offensive big man. And I do think that there's an aspect of him being your center, and they do seem very committed to that. And clearly it works on the other side of the floor. You're sacrificing some level of defense here. And I think that we could be getting closer and closer to more teams that are just offensive heavy and still really good on the defensive end, similarly to Dallas last year. And it could just be those complementary guys, and getting a little bit more size like Laurie does make a lot of sense to me, where they can just be complementary defensive pieces while you hope that Devin Carter and a Keegan Murray step up on the defensive end.
Dave asked, who was the last team to win a championship without two elite defenders? That Laker team, that bubble team that won that championship. Would that be Caruso and AD maybe? Two elite defenders?
It's really funny. Kuzma was really good on defense in that series, and I can't let go of that, Whitey. I constantly am like, well, there's a good defender somewhere in there for Kuzma. And I have a lot of faith in Mike Brown getting the best out of his players, specifically on the defensive end. Seen it with Keegan, seen it with De'Aaron, and a couple other guys there. There's a good defender somewhere in Kyle Kuzma.
I remember. To me, the whole key with him would be, look, you're going to have probably a lesser role on offense. We need you to be more of a glue guy, kind of like what you were before you went to Washington. Is that okay? Are you down with that?
Yeah, that's
and if he's like,
question.
Yes, then yes. And if he's like, I don't know how much you get to talk to him beforehand, but if you were able to find out if he was excited about it, great. And if he wasn't, it's probably not worth your while. But only two number ones, which I know that sounds silly, but the price of a good player these days is what, 4 or 5 first-round picks. If you get Kuzma for 2 number ones, and maybe you can, between now and then, maybe you can lower that price a little bit. I think that's very reasonable for him.
I'm a little unsure. I would definitely try to fight, like, can we do one in a swap, you know, or does a really future pick with only top 4 protections, does that count as more than like one next year and the year after sort of thing? I could see it, but I think that offensively with Kuz, they're in a very equal opportunity offense, and that kind of gives guys an opportunity to sabotage it in a way if they wanted to. And I think embracing that role, to your point, would be a big question with Kuz.
Mm-hmm. Reggie Theus?
Yeah.
His former coach told me that Reggie Theus would sabotage the offensive set so that he'd know he would end up with the ball at the end of the shot clock.
Nice.
He would get the shot.
Yeah. Is that Mr. Reynolds over there?
Maybe.
Potentially. Sorry to out him.
Yeah.
Sorry to out him.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. We'll get to the phones when we come back. We'll also look at NBA free agent winners so far. Are there any? We got Brenden in for Drapes today. It's the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sactown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
It's all on his shoulders. Cox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave inviting you to make the switch to electric this spring and save big with American Energy. Stay ahead of those spiking energy bills this summer with up to $9,000 in rebates on a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. American Energy is providing huge rebates from SMUD as well as spring specials by installing one of many incredibly efficient AC options available to you right now. Get rid of those fluctuating gas bills in the winter and switch to year-round all-electric with American Energy. Let them perform a free in-home energy efficiency analysis and see where they can help you save for the warmer months ahead. These guys are the best. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ from the Better Business Bureau. Learn more by calling 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
This is your captain. We are going to be experiencing some slight turbulence. Please fasten your... Oh, hold on. Just got a video of my cat.
Imagine the pilot of an airplane was as confident as you are texting and driving. Seems kind of crazy when you put it like that.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Celebrate July 4th with savings at Lowe's. For a limited time, save on the essentials you need to make your garden pop for summer, like Miracle-Gro 25-quart potting mix. Get 2 bags for just $16. And get up to 40% off, plus save an extra $50 on every $500 you spend on select major appliances. Hurry, these deals won't last long, because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 7/10. Miracle-Gro excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount, excluding supply. See Lowe's.com for more details. While supplies last.
The 4th of July sales event is here at Folsom Lake Kia. Special offers on your favorite models. Plus buy with 0 down on approval of credit. Shop Folsom Lake Kia in the Folsom Auto Mall and tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you.
July 4th savings explode at Maida Chevy with $12,000 off MSRP on every new Silverado half-ton Turbo Max in stock after rebates.
$12,000 off every Silverado LT Turbo Max at Maida Chevy with at least 5 at this price.
July 4th savings up to $12,000 off Silverado exclusively at Maida Chevy at MaidaChevy.com. Sacramento Silverado headquarters. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing, leasing, and other offers. Must trade in 2010 model year or newer and 7/31/24.
Made a great deal at Maida.
Super excited to be here in Sacramento. Like Monte said, used to live here, played AU ball, YBA. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but yeah, just super excited to be here. I think you're getting a winning player, older guy in the class, just somebody who wants to come in, work hard from day one, and do all the dirty work and able to win. So, like I said, super excited to be here, and we'll take questions now.
Well, not exactly Gerald Wallace, but a very deep voice. Devin Carter. Yeah. You were there today. What impressed you or what jumped out to you about the media conference today? Devin Carter.
He's got a personality to him. I mentioned Monty in his vest and long sleeve. Devin's got a long sleeve going on too, and it's a little bit of a nicer shirt. Joked around with him. GQ voted Malik Monk the most fashionable, or I forget their exact wording, but player in the league last year. And I was like, you gonna compete for that one? He's like, I'll let GQ decide, So I think that the personality fits really well off the court. He's a guy that has some fire to him for sure, and was a leader of that Providence team on and off the court. And I think his personality is going to mix in so well with a locker room that already seems to get along with each other very well.
So you asked him the question?
I did.
Yeah. Simone says you have it, or are you looking for it?
Devin Malik got voted GQ's most stylish player of the year last year. I was just wondering if you were planning on competing for that at all.
I don't know. I'll let GQ decide. Yeah, I'll let GQ decide.
A little Kawhi Leonard laugh right there. Somebody was pointing out the laugh to me, and I didn't realize. A little Kawhi Leonard-ish.
No,
not quite.
Nothing close
Not
to
quite.
Kawhi Leonard.
That's fair.
Yeah.
A little more personality than that, I guess, was my point. Yeah.
Almost like a donkey. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Steven has been standing by. Hey, Steven, you're on the drive, guys. What's up?
How's it going, guys?
Good. Brenden in for Drapes today.
I know. Isn't it nice to have someone that will actually read a box score with you? You know what I mean?
It is. Good point.
There's none at the office. They're all ripped up.
I bet you they're all over the place, all shredded and everything, and probably a couple of holes in the wall, Anyway, so quick question regarding pretty much the first and the second apron. I don't know anything about it. I know that there's heavy penalties upon getting to the second apron. My question is, let's just hypothetically, could you take a player, hypothetically speaking, and run through the signing of that and how it would affect it? Because I don't know anything about cap space, and I was hoping that maybe you guys can kind of dive into that just a pinch, man. So if we brought in, i.e. Brandon Ingram, how would that affect our cap space? Especially since Carmichael Dave was saying that we would be locked, we would be cap locked. Very long-winded, but I think I made my point.
Gotcha. Yeah, thank you. Good question. Do you want to try to answer that? And there's so many layers to it, especially now.
Yeah, try is definitely going to be the key word here. Appreciate the question from Steven. I'm trying to make sense of this as well. I will say this isn't typically my specialty.
Let me just start and try to warm you up for the meat of it. And if I misstep here, tell me. But first of all, you'd have to send out matching salaries, right? So you take, how much does he make now? Well, you have to match that in what you send out. So that's the first thing you'd have to do. Then he comes in, and the problem is what happens after that, right? When he's here, and then he's going to want the next contract.
And then Keegan would eventually reach his extension as well. He's extension eligible this offseason. No reason for a deal to get done on his end right now, because who knows how much he could get better in this next year and deserve more. But right now the Kings are about 33 mil over the cap, but 14 under the first apron. So clearing out Davion Mitchell, Sasha Vezenkov was to get further under that first apron, because essentially my understanding is anybody that they would have signed technically had the MLE available to you, but you couldn't go above that first apron using the MLE, because after you reach that mark, you then become the taxpayer MLE that you have available to you. So
Keith
lower
Smith
finances
says right
there.
now they would only be able to offer somebody 9.6, I think.
I think
they don't
that's
have the
what
full
it's about.
MLE is his projection of where it is.
Which
full MLE is 12.9, and the Kings right now where they are, they would only be able to offer by his projections 9 point something.
Yeah, and I would definitely take Keith Smith's word for it, for what it's worth. And I think that, Jalen McDaniels doesn't seem like an important aspect of this deal necessarily to me. You could waive him and try to make more space. You could get creative here, but also you want to be able to take back more money than you are sending out in a deal, and that first apron line helps you there. If you were to pass that first apron, I mentioned that you wouldn't have your full MLE available to you. And there's other specifics to that one as well that I'm not as clear off the top of my head, but second apron is what everybody's really horrified of right now, where your draft picks are not available to you to even be used up to a certain point. They automatically get pushed back to the 30th pick in the draft, or, maybe 27, 28, depending on how many teams are in that apron. And as well, you can't make a trade. You can't aggregate players in trades throughout the course of the regular season. This is partially where Denver's at and where the Clippers are claiming to have let go of Paul George, which I'm not buying at all. But from Denver's standpoint, they could have done nothing if they stayed above that second apron. If something happens during the year, somebody gets hurt, it's extremely difficult to figure out a trade. You can't take back any more salary than you're sending out. However much more you bring on, you're just increasing your tax bill exponentially there.
So what happens, Brenden, long story short, some of these rules here, you bring in a guy like Ingram, it just makes it hard in the future to afford to bring in other players.
Yes,
you're
the flexibility.
Really limited as to how you can bring in other players to fill out your roster, which is kind of an important part of building a team.
Absolutely. And I think the current stage of the Sacramento Kings specifically, they're very much valuing flexibility. I think that's what we've seen them value in the years leading up to this. Now, when you take your move, you are going to be a little bit more handicapped in your optionality there, but that's just part of it. And I think that's why you need to make sure it's the right guy, because you're going to have such limited options after the fact to make improvements from there. If I explained that all right.
It's very involved, and it's really, I don't like the new CBA and the new apron rules. I think it's making things, A, it's making things much more complicated for fans, and B, it makes it really hard for teams to keep a good team together, and you shouldn't be penalized for putting together a good team. Yeah. And now you are. It's like, no, you can't do that. It's not fair.
Yeah. And, it might be.
That's not fair.
Maybe they got sick of the Warriors and were like, God, these guys are just going to pay it every single year and have no issues. Like, yeah, they were, or Steve Ballmer. It's
some
like the
call
guy
it the
has
Warrior
the money.
Clipper rule.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. I mean, I think that's definitely what they're trying to do. Add more parity to the league.
And it becomes a parody. Sam on Sactown Sports. Hello, Sam. How are you? Thanks for hanging.
Hey, guys. Hey, guys. How you doing today? Good?
Yes. What's up with you?
I'll tell you what. Yeah, well, here's a Monte McNair. I'm going to give it to you what we're going to do.
Okay.
After looking at all the options, the Ingram options, LaVine, Lauri Markkanen, who I do like, we're trying to improve about 6 to 7 spots, which means we're looking for 53 wins next year. So who's going to get us there at a price we can afford? Looks like it's going right back to Kuzma. If we can get rid of Barnes and Herter, Malik slides into Herter's spot. Kuzma slides into Barnes' spot and gives us 8 to 9 more points, X amount of more rebounds. And if they'll take that and a couple draft choices down the road, that might be where I go this year to try and get 6 to 7 more wins.
All right.
Other than that, you're going to try and have to get Harrison Barnes to play 80% of the time, and I don't know if he will or not.
Thank you, Sam. Harrison Barnes plays a lot. I mean, Harrison Barnes always plays.
Yeah, I forget the exact number. I think he played 80. I think he played all 82 last year. And he typically plays more than 80 games for a large majority of his career.
Maybe Sam means he has to play more minutes.
Yeah.
I don't know. But again, it does seem like a lot of the breadcrumbs lead to Kyle Kuzma.
For sure. And he probably meant just a little more minutes, or how much more comfortable you are playing HB on a nightly basis. But yeah, Kuzma does make sense. And I think part of the Kuzma deal to me is that if it was only Kevin Herter and whatever additional matching salary you need to throw in there, Chris Duarte, and then your draft picks, I think Harrison Barnes would be really good off the bench for this team. I know everybody's stuck on they need to improve, they need to upgrade. They do. An upgrade can also mean that you keep the guy that you're upgrading and move him to a lesser role, though. We're talking about needing forward and wing depth. Harrison Barnes is still a valuable player that knows this team really well. I think he'd be really good to keep on the bench.
Let's go all the way back east to New Jersey. Mitch in Jersey standing by. How are you today, Mitch?
Good, guys. How we doing? Loving the hot weather.
Doing well.
Did the Kings get the invitation? Let's make some moves, please. We got to get either Zach, or Brenden. Is it possible? Can we afford it? And we got to keep the core, though. I don't mind giving up the picks in the 30s, 40s, 50s. Doesn't matter to me. What do you think?
Thank you, Mitch. Tough to keep the core. Depends who you want. There's certain guys, right? And we're going to get to that top of the hour. Certain guys, if you want to get them, you ain't keeping your core. Like Markkanen and Keegan, that's what we're going to get into. Right now, it looks like if Danny Ainge's sitting there going, you ain't offering Keegan, we don't have anything to talk about.
Yeah, which is fair enough. And it's usually you always have to have the highest price. You have to have the highest offer. And it's competing against these other teams. And more often than not, which kind of was encouraging to me in the Mikal Bridges trade, the matching salary was Bojan Bogdanovic, who kind of was whatever.
Yeah.
And it was really just about the picks. But I feel like typically these marquee trades have one key up-and-coming player, but the McHale one didn't.
Right.
So maybe if you throw enough picks that you're still managing to get yourself in that conversation.
The brilliant thing Danny Ainge did is, 2 years ago when he ends up trading Gobert to Minnesota and Donovan Mitchell to the Cavs. And he established the price for these guys is 4 number ones, right? Then he established that as the price. Then he's in position where when you want to get one of those guys, he's the only one that can afford that because he's hoarded so many picks. Not the only one. There are other teams with a lot of picks, but it's just, I'm giving him too much credit, but to me, it just seems like he's way ahead of most of the guys who are doing this in the NBA right now.
He definitely does. The fact that he gets talked about like, oh, don't deal with Danny Ainge. That means you're a really good GM, to be honest, is how I view it. And setting himself up to a point where, I kind of look at it like, could Lauri Markkanen be their equivalent to OKC's SGA? Or do they need to reset and find the new version of whoever their SGA may be? But they have that level of picks going on in this treasure chest. And eventually they're going to make their way up.
Yeah. The thing about Danny Ainge, it seems to me that not only does he have this keen understanding of how to utilize his assets, but he also has that ability to watch players and realize that guy's really good. That guy's not as good as anybody else. It's almost Jerry Westian.
Yeah.
He seems like he's on that level. Anyway, when we come right back, would you trade Keegan if you needed to get Lauri Markkanen? That's next. We got Brenden in for Drapes today. It's the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Keegan Murray plays here.
Keegan scores another three-pointer. Keegan Murray knocking it down for 23 points. Snatched De'Aaron Fox for game scoring honors.
Sactown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sactown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Imagine the most beautiful panoramic setting, endless waves crashing on a beach, kids playing in the park. Now, right smack in the middle of your perfect picture, imagine just one piece of litter. It doesn't fit, does it? And it simply doesn't belong anywhere, certainly not in California. Not even one piece. Good news? If we work together, we will change it all. Clean California. Zero litter is the goal. CleanCA.com.
Small businesses are the engines that power our country. So why is it so hard for them to acquire business funding for things like expansion and cash flow? Meet Swish Funding, the business funding platform exclusively for small businesses. Whether it's $25,000 or even $2 million, our process takes just minutes with cash in less than 24 hours. You must be in business for at least 1 year with an average monthly revenue of at least $25,000 at swishfunding.com. swishfunding.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up! and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of consumer cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Toyota's 4th of July sales event ends soon, so get in today for deals on the hottest lineup around. Don't miss a low lease on the fully redesigned 2024 Tacoma or low 1.99% APR on 2024 Tundra and Tundra Hybrid. Get your ride on with Toyota's 4th of July sales event today. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS buyers with premium rated credit. Excludes TRD Pro and Capstone. Offers end 7/31/24.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your new home for 49ers football in the 916.
Sactown Sports.
Every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Thanks for being with us. By the way, thank you to Sam. Sam wanted to clarify when he talked about HB playing 80% of the time. He was just talking about his minutes, him being
on-court production.
Yes, exactly, which is what we thought you meant, Sam. How about the comments here on the chat? This is Michael. And Michael, I apologize if I say your name incorrectly. Michael Meck Jr., dude, Brenden is on fire. Get him in the room with Monte McNair. How about that?
I don't know. Might have met Brandon Ingram. Not sure what's going on.
Brenden is on fire. Yeah, and then we have Mark Sawyer. Did I imagine a DeRozan rumor? You did not.
I wish you would have. It does not make sense to me. Let me tell you.
Brenden Nunes is in for Drapes today. Drapes, I think, will be back tomorrow. But the rumor, such as it is, was Mark J. Spears. What about, I don't know, maybe about a little more than an hour ago, saying that the Kings are a dark horse for DeMar DeRozan and that they're going to be back in the playoffs and that they're going to make a move. So
now, like if it's MLE, which I'd imagine that's what we're talking about here. I don't know. I guess I could talk myself into it. I could talk myself into a lot of things, though.
Isn't he going to get more than that, though? Especially if the Kings can
that's the only way that I'd imagine the Kings could even be in the conversation. You know, but I think that like the Clippers or the Lakers make more sense from his perspective, at least.
Mm-hmm.
I can't get there. I can't get there with DeMar. I love DeMar.
Would a sign and trade even be possible?
I mean, I guess, but I don't know from Sacramento's perspective that also then hard caps you, which I'd imagine that you wouldn't want to do.
I'm with you. It doesn't quite add up, but yes, that's the extent of the rumor.
Yeah.
Marcus.
Also, the Kings.
Mark Spears knows what he's talking about.
He definitely does, especially on West Coast teams over here. I think that it's just a weird spot to be in there. I'm not sure that that's the direction that I would necessarily look to go in. And Ami D Rock is what we're going with in the chat here. Asks, what's the likelihood no other GMs want to trade?
Emmadrock from Vallejo.
Emmadrock.
Yes.
Thank you. Gosh, I got to educate myself here. That's all right. Fault. What's the likelihood no other GMs want to trade with Sacramento? I don't think that there's any aspect of that going on here. I do think that in some of these conversations, though, whether that be guys wanting to get traded or signing in places, there are moments that Sacramento gets used as leverage, just as every other place does around the league. So I don't think anything specific of people not wanting to deal with Sacramento. I do think that a lot of the rumors are probably true of guys they've tried to get to different places with, but I think that it's more so not having enough for the deal or not wanting to maybe offer what they're asking for in previous conversations. But Monty's on the phone for sure.
Brenden Nunes is with us today. By the way, you bring up an interesting point to me anyway, because we call him Amadrock, and I know Styles calls him a mid-rock. I like Amadrock better, but I'm not sure actually which is correct. So
Amadrock sounds cooler.
D Rock, is that what you call him?
Yeah. I just, I went Amy D Rock. Yeah. Who knows?
Correct. As far as we know, yeah. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. A lot of buzz yesterday, a lot of feathers flapping around over Lauri Markkanen as a potential Kings target. If you needed to trade Keegan to have a shot at Lauri Markkanen, would you consider it? It's like that's if it came to, and it may actually be, a lot of people think that's where it is. We don't know that for a fact. But if it was, hey, we want Lauri Markkanen, and Danny Ainge says, well, Keegan's got to be in the talk, or we got nothing to talk about. Do you even consider it? Would you go there?
I do consider it. I think that part of the same way that Tyrese being traded for Domas, there were no picks that Sacramento had to send out. They actually got back 1 or 2 second-round picks in that deal. And so in a way, you're leaving the well dry. Is that the right wording here? For your future assets.
Yeah, exactly.
That you could still have more flexibility down the line, ideally. Now, financially, obviously, a different story.
I'm old, but I didn't grow up on a farm or something.
That's fair enough. My fault.
I don't know. Is that right?
I think that I would
had plumbing and
consider
everything
it.
in Vallejo.
Yeah. I never had a well either, actually, But I think that I would consider it. But ultimately, I think my conclusion would be, well, we can get somebody else and not have to include Keegan and still keep, because everybody's talking about the external improvement, but there's a lot of internal improvement potential with this roster as well. And Keegan's a big part of that.
What do you think is the best package if the Kings, maybe they don't even present this, but if they got together and said, what is the absolute best package we could offer for someone like Lauri Markkanen? It'd probably be, Keegan would be part of it if you're talking best package, and maybe a couple players, player or two. And then how many picks could they even offer if they wanted?
Yeah. So my understanding, let me think this
because everything's
through.
kind of on hold still with the Atlanta conveyance of the pick.
The 2025 pick is top 14 protected, and the 2026 pick is top 16 protected. Then it goes to 2 seconds. So 2025 and 2026, unless you had some conversation with Atlanta, those are locked up. So you could do a swap in 28, 29, and 31. And in between the two, you could do unprotected first. So I believe that is
27,
7, and 9.
Yeah,
I believe. But 2, as of right now, 2 unprotecteds and 3 swaps is what you could get to. Now, if
couldn't
Devin
you in theory
Carter,
go 27, 29, and 31? In theory, I'm not saying anyone would want that, but I think that San Antonio, Minnesota trade involved a 2030.
Well, I think the issue is that since 26 could still go to Atlanta, that you couldn't give up your 27, because then there's a world where you don't have picks in back-to-back years with the Stepien rule. I'd imagine there is some wording that you could figure out of either or, depending on what happens with the Atlanta pick. So if it just straight up gave Atlanta the pick next year and they were willing to make that unprotected, you could get up to 3 unprotected, like you mentioned, and 3 swaps. And like Devin Carter, I think is a part of this, that he obviously, I would imagine, has value. And I think after that, if we're talking just who else has a little bit of value here outside of Keegan, I think Keon Ellis's contract is pretty valuable, and Kobe Jones could be interesting to some guys.
Yes. Again, we're not saying this is what you should give up,
right?
But just in theory, what is the best package the Kings could put together for anybody?
Yeah, and if you're sitting there with 6 first-round picks and a guy that was just picked in the lottery that people seem to like higher, I think you're in the door for a lot of conversations.
But you said some of those would be pick swaps.
Right? Yes, so 3, say it's 3 unprotected and 3 swaps, I believe is about the max that they could get to.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. It's time for Check It with TC on Sactown Sports. Hello, TC. How are you?
Man, I'm all right, man. Check it. Brandon, what's going on?
What's up?
Oh, man, just vibing, bro. So check it out, Whitey. Hey, I'm not giving up Keegan. Hey, y'all know how I'm always coming out Keegan's line, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm one of the big advocates of I'm past the whole development Keegan. Keegan has to get with it himself.
Yes.
I'm past that. I'm past not drafting somebody. What was that? I'm sorry.
No, I just said yes. I agree with you.
Yeah, so I'm past not drafting or trading somebody because we're scared to stem his growth. I'm past all that. But as far as giving him up for Lauri, I'm not doing that, bro. Lauri is cool, but he's not he's a dude, but not like a dude like that. We're talking about Giannis or somebody like that. We're giving up Keegan, we got to think about it they're hey, we got Giannis right now straight up. I'll trade Keegan in a heartbeat for Giannis, but Lauri, I'm not doing that, bro. I'm cool. I'm giving up the picks. I'm Danny, I'm with you, Brandon. Hey, Danny, if you want to take these first round picks in our package we got with Kevin in HB, and I'm thinking about maybe one of our young guys, I'm hesitant to even give up Carter, bro, because with his measurements and all that, that's like Davion, but bigger all over again. But if we got to get the deal done, I'm doing it, bro. But I'm not doing that, man. I'm giving up picks. Even in the BI trade, they're not talking about Keegan. Let's give up these picks. Let's give up these players. If we got to work a third team or fourth team, let's do it, dog. But I'm not giving Lowry is not a dude like that to be giving up Keegan. Even at BI, he's not a dude. Definitely not a Kuzma or LaVine. I'm not giving up the kid for that, bro. Unless we're talking about Giannis. That's like a no-brainer. You get me?
Yes.
That's like low-hanging fruit.
Yes.
That's all I got.
Yes.
Appreciate you.
Last 2 days, he's been just on fire.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it. Great energy. The music really adds to it, too.
Yes. Yes. And I think he really gets to the meat of this matter with marketing, which is right now when so many teams are out there looking for how can we get better. All of a sudden, Lauri Markkanen looks maybe even better than he is because ooh, look at that. He's available. So you got the Warriors, according to reports out of the Bay Area, the Warriors offering Moody, Podziemski, and 4 firsts for Markkanen. But remember, we had the guy from The Athletic who covers the Jazz on with us 2 weeks ago. He said they don't really want to trade Lauri Markkanen. So you got to bowl him over if you're going to get him. The Jazz say, that's fine, but we want Kuminga in the package. And the Warriors say, no, we're not doing that. So I don't think he's going to get traded.
Yeah, that was going to be my next thought is maybe we get to a point where they just decide to do nothing, and are just gauging the market value and are like, maybe we can come back to this later.
Mm-hmm. But do you have to pay more to get Lauri Markkanen if you're the Kings than you'd even want to as a defensive measure? We'll look at that when we come right back. Brenden in today, Drive Guys, Sactown Sports.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out SactownSports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, the Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on SactownSports.com.
This 4th of July celebrates spectacular savings at Elk Grove Kia. During this Kia summer sales event, drive away in a 2024 Forte for only $169 per month. Or get 4.99% for 72 months on a new Seltos. Or come shop our large selection of quality pre-owned vehicles with many starting below $20,000. We work with many credit situations and have vehicles to fit every need and budget. But these deals won't last. So get to Elk Grove Kia at the Elk Grove Auto Mall during the 4th of July sales event. Forte lease plus tax, $4,999 due at signing. 0 security deposit. 10,000 miles per year, 20 cents per mile excess. 5 available. Celtos offers $1,606 per month per $1,000 finance. No down payment required. 5 available. On approval of credit. Ends 7/8/24.
Turn your highway into a smile way. Elk Grove Kia.
Live and local. Live and local.
This is Sactown Sports.
On the chat, we got Jess Escoto asking, if I call in, do I get theme music? Ha ha. You might. Right? I mean, that was Jay actually hooked up to TC with that theme music. So it just depends on what you're bringing to the party. And yeah, it's quite possible. Anybody who calls, you could end up with theme music.
Yeah.
That's just the way we roll here, Brenden.
Yeah.
Because if you're listening, you're part of the show. And if you call in, you're definitely part of the show.
Yeah. Whitey has theme music when he walks around. Walked in the building, blasting music. Can't even share the song. It's crazy. You would never expect what Whitey walks into.
Sorry about that. Yeah, sorry you had to find out about it that way. We also have from, let's see, Jacob says he tagged us on Twitter, on X, about something involving the Kings and DeRozan.
He did. Let me find this again really quick. This was apparently from Chris Haynes. Also very well connected. DeMar DeRozan has 0 interest in taking the MLE for $13 million. Teams like the Lakers and Heat would have to get creative to take cap space or work out a sign and trade. That's part of the thing with this time of year. Might miss a thing here or there on my end. Hard to keep up with everything. But from Sacramento's perspective, if they are interested in him, getting creative for a sign and trade in their situation, that seems really weird to me.
Right.
I don't get that.
Especially for a guy that you have to squint to see how he'd be a great fit.
Yeah.
And we both love him as a player, right?
Yeah, for sure.
We're not talking about him as a player, but just as a fit.
Absolutely. I love what he brings on and off the court, and the playmaking jump that he took in San Antonio. I thought him going back there would make a lot of sense, but now Chris Paul's in that space. The lack of shooting obviously really stands out, and it's not like he's a defensive stopper necessarily anyways.
Mm-hmm. Chuck Lee says every NBA team wants to trade old players for Keegan. Sure.
That's fair enough. I mean, and if teams like Keegan, that probably says something about Keegan. Might be pretty good eventually.
Exactly. And if Danny Ainge wants him, then I'm keeping him.
That is very fair.
Who do you like on our team, Danny?
Just curious. Yeah, let me write that one down.
We're keeping all of those guys. We weren't gonna, but now we're gonna. Let's see here. According to reports in The Athletic, well, these things get aggregated. I don't know where it started. Larry Markkinen is being pursued by, or at least there's interest in him from the Kings, the Warriors, the Spurs, and the Timberwolves. Do you think if you're Monty, it even enters into your thinking at all that, wow, if I don't get him, one of those teams might. So I might have to pony up a little more than I'd want to make sure Larry Markkinen doesn't end up in Golden State or San Antonio. Can you imagine that? Or Minnesota?
Yeah, Golden State's probably the one from the Kings' perspective where you might want to think about it a little bit. But I think the tough aspect is, ironically enough, I think we're in a world where future Warrior picks are more valuable than future Kings picks. Like, who would you bet on to be more stable over the next 7 years? You know? And so they might not be able to keep up necessarily in some sort of lottery deal if you're trying to compete with Golden State.
Yeah. Speaking of the Warriors, I know there's been a lot of talk about the dismantling of the Warriors. The dynasty is over. I've been saying this for a long time, and people get angry. They disagree with me. I think that dynasty ended a couple of years ago. That championship they won in 22, and I know they thought that maybe that was the beginning of a new chapter of the dynasty. That was an incredible championship. That when people look back on the Warriors and the 4 titles, that's the one I think where people are going to go, how did they do that? They did it, and bless them, but it took a lot of good fortune, more than the other 3, I think. My point is, I think it was shortly after that championship that their dynasty really ended.
Yeah.
It didn't just end when, Clay's gone, dynasty over. Because we know the last 2 years, they have not been dynastic.
It really felt like the punch is kind of when everything
maybe
changed a bit, or at least just kind of the energy around the team and team chemistry, or trying to balance this 2 timeline thing. And there's a lot of bad asset management in there too. Obviously, big credit to their front office. They did a lot of great things. But if you look at Wiseman, or there's another draft pick in there that I'm not thinking of off the top of my head, but they had opportunities to essentially be the modern Spurs and kind of whiffed on that. And that's a tough line to toe. And now they're trying to backtrack. And it's like, well, now we got to go all in.
Wiseman, Moody,
I think it's Moody. Yes, in there as well. But, I just think that they could have towed that line way better than they obviously have. And now you're in a spot where I guess you're kind of still trying to do both, but also go more all in. And it's a weird spot to be in. But I do think that right now, with no future moves made, that the Kings are in a better spot than Golden State right now, and probably the Clippers too.
I give the Warriors credit. They recognize that with their core aging, that the end was near. And they recognized, well, we should address that. But they took a big gamble on Wiseman. It's like, he's going to be a superstar. And Kuminga's coming into his own now. He's a good player. But Wiseman was a real reach when they could have had, and I told them they should have gotten at the time, Halliburton.
Yeah.
There's some good players. They could have had Halliburton and Franz Wagner, and think where they'd be now if they'd done that. Instead, they have, and again, Kuminga, people love Kuminga. They have Kuminga, and they had Wiseman, who, by the way, just signed with the Pacers. Good for him.
Did he?
Yes.
I missed that one.
Yeah. I just saw that today. Last week, a lot of people were saying, hey, how about the Kings taking a flyer on Wiseman? I was saying, no,
that doesn't do it for me. I'll give you a fun Wiseman story. Me and Chris went to a couple of Stockton Kings games when Wiseman was still playing for Santa Cruz, rehabbing from an injury. And we went to back-to-back games, 2 consecutive days.
How did he play, by the way?
He played okay.
Yeah.
We'll get to that.
Okay, sorry.
No, you're fine. And first game, Chris and I, we get to sit fairly close, right, at these Stockton games. And apparently a girl that Wiseman must have been talking to or with or whatever was sitting right near us, because Wiseman has a nice dunk in transition. He's playing really well. He looks over and he blows a kiss, and it's like right in our direction. I'm like, okay, this is interesting, right? And he's playing really well. Every time he does something, though, he's like giving her a little look and then running back. Next game, she's not there. He did seem like he did not want to be on the floor at all.
Really?
I was like, what is this? You're going to ball out with these girls here. And then the next day, there's just nothing. If you get Watkins, you got to ask him too. That was the day where I was like, all right, dude, I don't know about this guy officially.
Yeah, I have nothing against him, but I think he's one of those guys that got caught up in the confusion and the uncertainty of the pandemic where he lost valuable developmental time. He wasn't able to play. And then he just wasn't. And plus, he got sick and he got hurt.
Yeah.
And at some absolutely crucial formative times for him. And then plus, I don't think he ever quite was as good as they envisioned him being. It was just a bad combination of circumstances.
Yeah.
He's still playing. Good for him.
Yeah.
Just that Warrior, that he was a key to the Warriors, the next phase of, as you say, 2 timeline plan.
Ironically, he might have benefited from a lack of NIL. If he would have been able to play, maybe he wouldn't have been picked as high.
Maybe.
But it's a weird situation for sure on that.
By the way, how do you feel about the Kings and the backup center situation? We were talking about it yesterday. To me, I'm just not worried about that. Right now, you got Domas and you bring back Alex Len, and okay, maybe you want somebody else in there. I don't know, but I'm just not worried about that. And people were talking about Mo Bamba and the dream ended because he signed last night with somebody, right? He signed with the Lakers, I think.
Yeah, I have it on here. It's one of these teams. It is the Clippers.
I'm sorry. Right city, wrong team. So anyway, how do you feel about the Kings and the backup center situation?
Yeah, I mean, Alex Len is a good backup center. You do need a third string option, though, in case Len goes down, in case Domas misses a couple games. It's kind of Trey Lyles, I think, does fill that spot, and we've seen him do that in the past. But I do still think you need another, but that's also the lowest priority out of everything else on this offseason. You can go figure that out. You can try and find a Neemias Queta from a team, for example, or like Damian Jones was a guy that was on this team in the past. I believe does not currently have a team. I know guys loved him in that locker room, and he did okay things when he was out there. But I do think they eventually need to get a third string center. But I would say that that's very bottom of the totem pole in priority, and figure everything else out first.
So getting back to Lowry Markkanen, Minnesota and San Antonio are said to be interested in him. San Antonio scares me as well, Brenden. The thought of him going to San Antonio with Chris Paul, and obviously they look like they're building something there. I think he'd be a good player with Pop. Really good player.
I think he would too. I think that team's going to be good. I think Chris Paul still has some juice to him. I think Devin Vassell is a really good player. I'm curious what it would look like, what the key player they'd be sending out is. Like, is it Jeremy Sohan we're talking about in general? Because if Vassell's part of that conversation, I think that changes how they could eventually look with Laurie. But honestly, more than anything, I kind of am excited to see the Spurs. Maybe I should be scared from a Kings perspective, but I think that team's going to be really good. And I'd rather Wemby be on a competing team and get to see him in more big moments where, that dunk from a ridiculous 360 means something more. So I get the fear for sure. And I think that's very valid. I also think it's inevitable that eventually that team is going to be good.
Are they the team in the Kings rear view that scares you the most? Memphis has been scaring me as well.
I do think Memphis, I don't even know
Houston,
if it's fair
I think
to call
their
them in
owner
the
is
rear
too
view.
impatient, and I don't think he's going to have the patience to see that through.
It does seem premature for some of the Houston stuff. Even, I guess not San Antonio. Wemby's already just ridiculously good. But Memphis that you bring up, I think, is a good shout because they seem very forgotten here, and they almost seem like that one Warriors year where they did end up with Wiseman, where it was just injuries all over the board. And we forget that team was just competing for the 1 seed. And they're
Just
still
injuries
very,
and one of the
very
best players
young.
flashing a gun.
Well, yes, you're right, actually. Yeah, very, very
Combination of those two.
Inactive players we'll go with. But I think they're going to be really good. And getting a decent draft pick as well in Zach Edey and something that he can replace Steven Adams' production is the idea. I still think they are going to be really good and probably pretty close to the Kings level, depending on what moves are made.
Portland also scares me from this standpoint. There's been a lot of chatter, at least on the interweb, that they've been talking to the Lakers about Jeremy Grant. I don't want the Lakers to get Jeremy Grant. I think Jeremy Grant's a good player.
I think that's fair. I would wonder what that would look like, and would probably be the Lakers are going to get someone eventually in my mind, and I'd rather it be Jeremy Grant than maybe one of these other guys, and Portland scares me from the standpoint of I still don't think they're going to be very good. And those are the teams that the Kings have the most trouble against. So
really?
I'd rather everybody be good, then there's no horrible losses mixed in there.
You know what happens here? It's happening with the Kings and with the Lakers. Anytime the Lakers, because they're the Lakers, they're talking about anybody and it gets out, it becomes like the Lakers are, not that they're interested in this guy, but they're getting this guy or they're getting this guy. And that's the way we are as Kings fans this week, right? We hear the Kings are pursuing fill in the blank. 2 days later, we're like, well, why didn't they get him? And it's not really what's being reported. They're in on a lot of guys. They're not going to get all the guys.
Yeah. I mean, having conversations is a totally different thing than actually chasing after someone aggressively. I think we've seen Clint Capella stuff throughout, it was last offseason or this one, or some bigs that they're linked to, Zach Edey coming in. It makes sense to talk to these guys, even for future reasons. If you have some sense of, oh yeah, we've spoken to you before. I remember our conversation 3 years ago went really well, So I think that getting that line of comfortability with these guys, even if you don't actually plan to aggressively go after them, is good because you never know what you could need in the future.
You comfortable at all with Alan Stiles?
Comfortable is a loose term, but I guess
you can tolerate him.
Yeah,
you're okay.
Yeah.
You're not going to leave
more so than his co-host for sure.
All right, Alan Stiles joins us with his views of what's going on next as the Drive Guys roll on Sactown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. For your Tuesday, it is an alert day for the heat and the wind. Hot day expected in the valley with highs peaking at 106 to 110 this afternoon. Overnight lows only dropping off to the 70s and strongest north wind expected on the west side of the valley. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
The 4th of July sales event is here at Folsom Lake Kia. Special offers on your favorite models. Plus buy with $0 down on approval of credit. Shop Folsom Lake Kia in the Folsom Auto Mall and tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool has been put away. Now's the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
I would end the day with sore feet, sore legs. The drugstore inserts that I was purchasing were really not very useful at all. I walked into the Good Feet store and the guy kind of grinned at me and said, I hear that a lot. I was living with chronic pain before going to the Good Feet store. Now I don't really have that problem. I'm able to do the things that I expect to be able to do, even at my advanced age. I feel pretty good about what's going on.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
The wild-eyed Southern boys are back. 38 special. Rock it into the night. Friday, July 19th at 7:30 at the venue at Thunder Valley. With Lou Graham, the original voice of Foreigner. Tickets on sale now. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss 38 Special Live. 18 number ones. What was I thinking? Countless ACM and CMA awards. Sold out world tours. And now, Dierks Bentley is coming to Sacramento for Country in the Park 2. September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo with Parmalee, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Plus line dancing, food trucks, and more. Tickets available now at CITBFest.com.
Brought to you by Bonnie Electrical Heating and Air and the U.S. Marines.
I'm Craig Ashton of the Injury Law Firm of Ashton and Price. Whether you've been injured on a bicycle, as a pedestrian in a slip and fall, auto, Uber, Lyft, or big rig accident, you need Ashton and Price in your corner. When you call Ashton and Price, there's no chatbot telling you to hit 3 for accounting. You're greeted by a real live person who will immediately transfer you to an experienced attorney. The consultation's free, and there's never a fee until you win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
It's the Folsom Lake Ford 4th of July Sell-a-thon. Get low finance rates and zero down deals on approval of credit right now. Shop Folsom Lake Ford over 35 years in the Folsom Auto Mall and tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you.
Since 1776, July 4th has been celebrated as the birth of American independence, but it's been a federal holiday only since 1941. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. It was a mere 7 years later when the Keys family opened their first Naturewood store in Sacramento. And I guess Northern Californians have been celebrating ever since. We celebrate an incredible selection of furniture brands made right here in America. We celebrate the kind of generous hometown hospitality that was important to Walter Keys in 1948 and continues with the Keys family and the Naturewood Home Furnishing staff today. And we celebrate the kind of quality that's been synonymous with Naturewood for all these 76 years. Look for Made in America brands like Stanton, Sam Moore, Stickley, Hilltop Hickory, Simply Amish, and more during the Naturewood 4th of July sale event. Find the furniture that you will celebrate for years to come. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Tune in to Sactown Sports now through July 9th for all your coverage of the California Classic, brought to you in part by Clean California. Remember, just one piece of litter can ruin the game. Zero litter is the goal.
Sactown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
So my understanding is this music was requested, by our next guest. Is that your understanding, Brenden?
Yeah, Alan Stiles, well-known Jack Harlow fan.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah.
Okay, each his own.
Absolutely. I think that, not necessarily my thing, but I understand.
Mine neither, but that's okay.
Alan do him.
I'm not going to judge.
You know?
Brenden Nunes in today. Drape should be back tomorrow. Not right now. Nice stuff. Join us. Of course, you hear him every day here, 10 to 2 on Sactown Sports. Alan Stiles. Hello, Alan. Nice musical selection.
This is not my musical selection.
What?
I don't know who selected that.
What?
We talk about this all the time. All year long. You were big on Jack Harlow, man.
That was not me. There were players on the team that did well when Jack Harlow played.
I thought you said you loved his remake of White Man Can't Jump.
No. I didn't even see that. I refuse to see that.
I swear that was you.
Well, now I almost feel badly. Here you are, nice enough to come on, and we got all this confusion. But thanks for joining us, Alan. We had Carmichael Dave on earlier. Chris is going to come on, and I thought, today there's so much of a frenzy here around the station and the Kings. Wanted to get to all the different views of the hosts here. Of course, we hear you every day, but we appreciate the chance to hear you here on the afternoon show. This Warrior collapse, is that the biggest reason that you left the Bay Area to come up here because you saw that coming?
I mean, it's pretty crazy, right? Let's recap what has happened since I came to Sacramento, okay? The Kings now were able to defeat the Warriors, which they did not do the year before when I was in the Bay Area. And prior to that, the Warriors won the championship when I was in the Bay Area. So then I come out here. The Kings are on the verge of making one of the biggest moves in franchise history. Meanwhile, the Warriors completely have crumbled like Dave's cookies in the morning, and the Splash Bros are gone now. I mean, is there a pattern? Did I see this coming? I guess we'll never know.
My question to you, Alan. Klay Thompson, obviously the 0 of 10. Actually, we just got some news here. Maybe I'll throw this to you, Alan. Kyle Anderson, 3-year, $27 million deal with the Golden State Warriors.
Whoa!
According to Woj. Wow. Jeez Louise. Okay, slow-mo to the Bay. Yeah. Look, I know Chris really likes slow-mo, and I've been hot and cold on him, but this tells me that these are very much Clipper-type moves. The Clippers, they lose Paul George, they lose their star. They go out, they get Nicholas Batum. They go out and get Derrick Jones Jr., a bunch of guys that they're hoping can at least combine for that type of production. And I think that's the route the Warriors are going to go. I know there's a lot of smoke to this Lauri Markkanen thing, but they don't want to move on from Kuminga Danny Ainge is just going to hang up on him. He might not even pick up the phone. So I think we're going to see the Warriors do a bunch of little tweaks, and essentially, I guess it's not running it back if you don't have Clay, but maybe they go after. If I'm the Warriors, maybe you look at a Jordan Clarkson or somebody that can generate some offense other than Steph. But wow, slow-mo to the Bay. I'm really interested to see how much of a role he plays, because I think he played a little bit with the Timberwolves when there were some injuries, but I don't know if you, as much as people like him, I think you like him in doses. You don't want him doing too much.
Yeah, fair enough. About $9 million a year there, that 327 or whatever the annual may end up being. Watkins in the chat, by the way, saying that he's hurt and they can't keep getting away with this. But initial question to you, Alan, was Klay Thompson's last game as a Warrior in Sacramento, 0 of 10. Am I crazy, or is this guy going to want to kill the Kings every time he plays them again for the rest of his career?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think ultimately, obviously, that was the last game he's going to wear, well, for the time being, a Warriors uniform, because you never know. But he also had a lot of good times against the Kings, so I think he kind of evens out. He has the 37-point quarter and things like that. So I don't know if he has that circled. We know he has the Warriors circled. I'm not sure how much he has the Kings circled, but I think he's just going to be on a vendetta. And I don't even know what his, do you think he's starting? I have no clue what to expect from Klay. I mean, I think he will start, but that was part of it. They wanted to start Podge, and that's who Jack Harlow looks like. They wanted to start Kuczynski instead of Klay Thompson. So that was the disrespect. But yeah, I think the Kings will be on the list, but I think every team is on the list. I think they're higher on the list than some other teams, but I think it's anybody that has ever said anything bad or not great about Klay Thompson.
Alan Stiles with us, and see, he always brings the conversation back to Jack Harlow.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you.
He did that.
Well,
he could deny it all he wants.
Yeah.
No, and I am going to deny it, okay? Look, when Spotify Rap comes out at the end of the season, me and Chris are at the end of the year. We did this last year. If there is one Jack Harlow song on my Spotify Rap, then I'll get another bite of the Carolina Reaper. How about that?
Yeah, we do. Alan, the West, is it getting weaker in ways that could benefit the Kings?
I would say yes, because I know the Oklahoma City Thunder, they've made some moves. But, if you look at the kind of the power teams that were at the bottom, and it remains to be seen what the Lakers are going to do. We see the Warriors are making some smaller moves. But the whole idea was, the teams at the top are going to at least stay the same or maybe get better, and then the bottom teams, you're going to have to worry about them as well. Well, the Clippers, at this point, I think you could say that they've dropped. So maybe you replace the Clippers with the Grizzlies, because the Grizzlies, and not to say that the Clippers are going to be bad, but, the Grizzlies, you didn't really have to think about them. So I don't see it being a situation where, oh my goodness, all these 50-win teams are fighting, and high 40-win teams are fighting for play-ins and things like that. I think there will be a little bit more grace next season, because it's tough to stay healthy. Now this is, and I know the Nuggets will have a little bit more of a chip on their shoulder, but now this is year 3 of the Nuggets try to stay in that contention. So I think you'll still have the Timberwolves and the Thunder that are going to be fighting at the top, but I think those other teams, there might be a little bit more leeway for the Kings to sneak back in there and hopefully get a 4 seed or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that definitely Clippers and the Warriors stand out a little bit there. I'm curious the Warriors' perspective to you, just because they're in the division here. And as of right now, are the Kings top of the Pacific Division?
You could say that. And by the way, you guys are going to get me in trouble. The text line is always, they come down my lane. Okay. Every day, you make any excuse to talk Warriors. This is a huge story. Klay Thompson, the dynasty, the Splash Bros, it's over, and I can't. Everybody else can talk about it. I can't talk about it. And somebody's going to clip this and say, "There, Allen goes again." I'm saying, hey, they prompted me to talk about Jack Harlow. They prompted me to talk about the Golden State Warriors. It wasn't me, but to answer your question, I would say yes, but it still remains to be seen what Kings team is going to show up. Because, and I told you, Brenden, I'm starting to get worried about that Carolina Reaper and the Kings running it back. Slowly but surely. We had Sean Cunningham on our show. Go check that out on YouTube during a break if you haven't heard it. And I'm starting to get worried, guys. But as of right now, if the same team from 2023 shows up, I think I would say yes, but that's not who we saw last season.
Alan Stiles with us. You can hear him every day here, 10 to 2. You can also check out his Dubs and Harlow podcast, of course.
Okay, come on now.
Alan, how, in your opinion here, of course it's your opinion because we're talking about your opinion, how large is the difference, do you think, between what you are hoping the Kings will do and what you expect they probably will end up doing?
I don't think it's that big because I would say what I hope they do is get a Kyle Kuzma. I think he's probably number one on my list. And I know a lot of people, have feelings about Kyle Kuzma, but I like Kyle Kuzma. I like his durability. I like his ability to play defense and rebound. So I think I would like Kyle Kuzma, and that's what I hope they do. But what I expect them to do is probably, and this is the name that's getting thrown around, I think I did see Golden State or somebody else interested in this guy. It's some collection of a Dorian Finney-Smith and Cam Johnson, or just two of those type of guys, right? Maybe not those two guys specifically. That's what I expect them to do. When we had Sean on, he said if you're hearing stuff, normally that means it's not going to happen. We didn't really hear much about DeJounte Murray to the Pelicans and things like that. So I think that if we do hear about something, it'll be random. And I think Frankie Cardicelli said the same thing. Maybe it's Jeremy Grant. Maybe it's Karl Anthony Towns. But if it's not Kuzma and the guys that we've been hearing, go get yourself a Dorian Finney-Smith and or a Cam Johnson, and let's just rock and roll from there.
I have to admit, I, like Chris Watkins, I'm a little disappointed about slow-mo. I kind of thought about that last week. I thought, I can think of worse fits here, but now that dream is over as the Warriors get even more athletic with Kyle Anderson. Thanks, Alan. We appreciate it. We'll be listening tomorrow. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
Take it easy.
Appreciate it.
Alan Stiles. And the breaking news, courtesy of Brenden Nunes and ex Kyle Anderson. I was kidding about the athleticism, of course. Kyle Anderson to the Warriors. So Warriors are doing things, losing players, gaining players, gaining players. Anthony Melton, right? It's a good pickup. When are the Kings going to do something, Brenden? Win.
Hopefully soon, Whitey. We got about a little over 2 hours hoping during this time.
Hopefully. Fingers crossed. When we come back, the new richest deal in NBA history begs a question, and we will answer it next on Sactown Sports.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sactown Sports and the Sactown Sports app.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by the Roseville Auto Mall.
I'm meteorologist Heather Waldman in the KCRA3 Weather Center. A red flag warning will continue through Wednesday with a gusty north breeze. We'll start off warm with temperatures in the mid-70s. We'll end with a high around 110. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA News and the KCRA app.
It's the 4th of July sale at the Roseville Auto Mall, where you'll find the largest selection of vehicles in Northern California. With unbeatable deals and amazing financing options, there's never been a better time to drive away in your dream vehicle. The Roseville Auto Mall, where your perfect ride awaits.
We're going abroad for the first time in years, to Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com.
If you're looking to get a new car, you could really cut expenses by bundling your car and renter's insurance with Progressive. Sure, you love your old car, but you know it's not normal to give instructions on how to open the window. It should be self-explanatory, but it's not. And notice how when you're in other people's cars, you can feel cushion in the seats? That's pretty nice, right? No, it's just normal. So bundle your renters and car insurance with Progressive and put the savings toward a new car. It's time. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states.
Whitey here reminding you that not all gas grills are created equal. Bring out all the delicious flavors in your grilled meats with the amazing Napoleon Prestige and Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers. My Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro with features other grills cannot match. They're built different, built better, built to last. Made with premium stainless steel that boasts quality and a lifetime warranty. I may never want to cook indoors again. Napoleon grills and accessories are now available at your nearby Amy's, Ace Hardware in Sacramento, and now El Dorado.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Connect to the most reliable 5G network nationwide. Well, it was quite a day on the last homestand when the A's honored their 1974 World Series championship team. And among those in attendance, second baseman Dick Green, who won the Babe Ruth Award as the best player in that year's postseason, despite going 0 for 13 at the plate in the World Series. That shows you what he meant to the ball club on the defensive side of things.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver that includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $35 a month. Switch at Xfinity.com today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay to store bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV and price subject to change.
Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino. Sacramento summertime heat is back. And of course, Cap Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, wants to invite everyone to soak up some air conditioning, still with the most variety of table games in the region. And as always, the best food, best service, and the best action, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Capital Casino, of course, reminding everyone to please make sure you gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Live and local. Live and local.
This is Sactown Sports.
Woo! Yeah, I took my my sweatshirt off because Jacob Ander, and I'm going to call him Jakob, I just like Jakob Ander, said, you almost have the AC blasted in there. Seeing Whitey in a sweatshirt making me hot. Pretty cool in here.
Always is. Always is. That's from you, Whitey. You're the cool guy.
Well, I wouldn't want it that cool. I don't know if that's a Dave thing or if it's just thermostat. You know, some theaters, or excuse me, I meant to say studios, really, really icy cool. Yeah, that's how we are.
Yeah, that's a pass for me. I'm going to need me a Monty vest. You know, got to stay warm.
The biggest news of the last half hour, it's not big news, but it's interesting. Kyle Anderson, slow-mo, going to the Warriors. So, again, Kings fans going, okay, another team doing a little something. Nothing major, but, you know, he's a name. They're fortifying the roster while the Kings have yet to do anything. We wait patiently. Still waters run deep. You know, the way I said it on Twitter today is you got a lot of these teams, and they're in that little brook, and they're fishing for trout, you know, and they're fly fishing. And they're getting some nice fish. Like, oh, Kyle Anderson. Oh, do you have to mouth? Well, Monty's out there deep sea fishing right now.
Oh, yeah. A whole
He's like, I got something big down
I was going to say a net. Is that even the right?
He's got something big down there. It's like, shh, gotta wait.
I do think that's what's going on. And when you pull the larger fish on the way up, you might catch a few smaller ones with it.
Maybe.
I'm trying on that reference. You know?
Yeah.
That's what we're going with.
That happens all the time.
After you get the big one, you find a few smaller pieces that go with it as well.
Brendan.
I know.
Have you
I'm
ever gone fishing?
Yeah, but like very basic lake trout fishing, you know.
I was just wondering.
Never been deep sea fishing, so you've been doing the trout fishing, which is what a lot of teams do.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Totally.
When I was about, 13, we went to Mendocino. We went deep sea fishing, and I'll never forget it because it was so calm that day. And I wasn't catching much, and I was just going, The captain of the boat comes over and goes, hey, what are you doing? And so he takes an interest in me, and he says, we'll catch a fish. And so I'm just standing there, and, you know, he's throwing the line out, and he's talking to me about my parents and my grandfather who was there, and got the pole, and just talking. And the next thing he goes, all right, take this. He hands me the pole. He goes, stand back over there. and I stand back at the bow of the boat, and I can't hold the pole up. And everyone's looking over the edge, go, oh my goodness. And whatever it was heavy, heavy. And right before they were going to gaff it, it spit out and everybody went, oh, that was a big one. I never saw it.
Never saw it.
And I didn't catch it, but the guy
Felt
was kind
it.
of catching it for me.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. But I'll never
So you were
forget
right there.
Yeah.
Are you trying to say that you're like Monte McNair?
Right.
Is this what we're getting to
What
here?
I'm saying is, Monty,
Flipping
don't
away.
let that happen.
Okay.
Traumatic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Monty, don't be me.
Yeah. I can still feel whatever it was. It was a big sucker. But
Yeah.
I don't know what it was.
It could have been Brandon Ingram.
It could
have been Brandon Ingram. It
Yeah.
could have been Lauri Markkanen.
Mm-hmm.
You never know. Random, since we're on this for half a second, I had a conversation with friends the other day. How common knowledge do you think it is for people to know port side, starboard? If you put 10 random people on a ship and ask them to go port side, if I'm even using the right words, obviously I'm one of the ones that does not know. How many of the 10 do you think would know?
I think it's less than it used to be.
Yeah.
You know, like when I was a kid, we didn't have cars. You had to take a boat everywhere you went. So that's
What
how,
are you
that's how we
talking-
knew.
You had me for
there's
a
no
quarter of a
airplanes.
second.
How do you get there? You got to take the boat. Okay, so
Yeah.
everyone knew port. And it's also in baseball, they used to say a lefty was a port sider.
Okay.
Ooh.
That's
I've
how
never
I
heard that.
remember it. But I would
Ah.
guess that it's not. Did you know, Simone?
I do only because I watch Bravo Below Deck.
Oh, okay. There
I'm
you
very
go.
familiar
There's
with
your
my
answer.
nautical terms.
So probably, what do you think? 8 or 9 out of 10?
Yeah. Let's hear a little bit with the chat. How many people in the chat
Sounds like you
may
didn't
or
know
may
it,
not
huh?
know? I did not. I attempt to educate myself. I could, context clues, maybe try to figure it out.
The bow, the stern,
Right.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
aft deck.
The half deck.
Stem to
Sure.
stern.
No, aft.
Oh,
deck.
that's what I said. You
Okay.
must have misheard me. I said it.
The bridge. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hard Knocks is, I think, coming on pretty soon. Do you remember years ago in Hard Knocks when Jared Goff was a rookie with the Rams? I don't know if you saw that. The coaches were giving him a really hard time because he didn't know that the sun rose in the east.
Yeah,
You all
that
know
one.
that,
I
right?
knew that one.
Yeah,
I knew
and it
that
was
one.
like, what? And the coaches were like, they weren't joking, like, what is wrong with you? Are you
Yeah.
stupid? And then they would have scenes where he's going around talking to the lineman going, hey, did you know that the sun rises in the east? I didn't know that. They seem to think everyone knows it. He's the quarterback.
Hey, well, he knows his coverages. Then we're all good.
He went to Cal.
I got no excuse for him. That is fair.
Yeah.
I just, it might take me half a sec. I'm not going to lie to be like, okay, it sets on our side. So that's the west. So it rises in the east. Might take me half a sec. I will admit, but I get there eventually.
No, but then when you're on the East Coast or, somewhere else, it's going to mess you up like it did
Well, but then
for me.
I'd understand. Okay, so now I get to see a sunrise on the water rather than a set if I'm on the East Coast. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think I'm keeping up here.
Habib Singh on the chat says, who's slower, Kyle Anderson or Monte McNair?
Oh,
wow.
God.
You see their level of frustration?
That is crazy.
Jim
They're
Ingram
both very
knows the
patient.
difference. Yeah, Shortcake 182. I know nothing, LOL. Family Schlegel, I sail often. Yeah, so
yeah.
Emmadrock. Port is where you enter. Starboard is on the right because that is where the captain's wheel and steers the boat.
Oh,
See, Emmadrock's from the
dang.
seafaring town, the nautical town of Vallejo, so he knows that.
Very
Oh
nice.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need that. We need that little bit of help. A big fisherman, Paul George.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Any good fishing over in Philadelphia? Probably. Maybe. No?
boy,
or like near. Yeah. Yeah.
Probably not too far to
No.
the Atlantic, I guess, and there must be some nice streams and lakes and things. I'll ask Kyle Draper about that tomorrow. Speaking of the NBA East, you saw Jason Tatum. It's official now. I guess he hasn't actually signed it yet, but they've agreed he's going to sign his 5-year contract worth $314 million. So that's the new richest deal in NBA history. So he'll become next year the first $70 million a year player. How about that? $70 million a year. Do you think that if Boston ends up winning no more titles before he's done, so they just win the one, do you think that'd be a failure? Because to me, I do, as good as that team is and as close as they've come, if they only get the one, and it's a great accomplishment getting one. But to me, I think we'd look back and go, yeah, that team didn't do all it could have done.
I feel like it'd be the way that the 08 team is talked about. that they were close a handful of times, and everybody's like, well, but you only won one. And they're like, well, every time we were healthy.
Yeah.
I feel like it would be talked about very similarly. And I think that Jalen proved that he deserved that contract. Jason absolutely deserves that contract. It's just the market rate at this point.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, I mean, they're set. They should be the favorites. And I think that we're going to end up in a world somehow where we're going to go into next year and analysts are going to be tantalized by OKC or Philly and seeing these different things. I think Boston should be the clear favorites. They did that postseason run practically without Kristaps Porzingis, and he is maybe one of the players on their team that really changes the calculus of their whole team more than anybody else. Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown still getting better. They absolutely should be the favorites. So I think so. And I think there's a world where they could run this for a little while.
They
could run the league for a little while.
It's just so hard to do. They probably won't, but they could. By the way, this is impressive on the text line. Multiple people say, I remember Port is left because Port has 4 letters and left has 4 letters.
Wow.
Yeah.
How about that?
That's a way to do it.
Multiple people.
That's how I have to remember things.
You can also guide yourself through Golden One Center with that, as far as the clubs go, because the lower numbers, so you have Assembly on the higher number side and then the other club on the lower side.
That
which
I didn't
is only
understand
4.
at all.
Yeah, you lost me a little bit,
Okay,
but I was
you
going to
guys-
shake my head and agree with you.
You guys, there's like clubs in
Yeah.
Golden One Center. So if you ever need to orient yourself, the larger like Assembly club is on the 115 side because
see
it's
what you're saying.
bigger.
I see what you're
word.
saying.
Yeah.
Okay. I still didn't quite.
Sure. Yeah. Well,
gonna explain
left, smaller words, right, bigger words.
Okay.
Is essentially
All right.
what we're getting
Yeah,
at here, right?
I'm just spacing on what the other club is called, and I'll think about it.
The Lexus Lounge?
No, that's the big one.
That's the only one
There's
I've been
the
to.
other one,
Yeah.
they like mirror each other, and I can't think of it. Someone's going to yell at me in the chat. We also have Mark that has a comment on East versus West on the phones.
All right. Can we get to that now, or do we need to come back to that? All right, Mark, you're on with the Drive Guys. What's up?
Hey, Drive Guys. So I understand screwing up Horton apps and all that stuff because nobody understands that. But I'm old and I've acquired wisdom in the meantime. I'm 67 years old. But 50 years ago, right when I got my driver's license and I lived in San Jose, we chose to drive to Big Sur at the crack of dawn, got up at 5 in the morning so we could take pictures of the sunrise over the ocean. Of course, we were kind of.
Very fair.
Well, thank you for sharing, Mark. Yeah.
God, dude.
Jared Goff.
That even took me half a sec to realize where he went wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's not
I
Port
see the
and
issue.
Aft, it's Port and Starboard.
Yeah.
Never mind. That's
How
good. I
long
appreciate
do you
you
think into
sharing
sitting there,
that.
you're like, it might not be coming. Like, where's, or
What
maybe
time
you start
sunrise?
to notice it behind you first. Like, it's getting bright out here, but I don't see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
I've
happen.
successfully derailed this. I'm in radio out here.
Welcome to the club.
Yeah. When we come back, Monty spoke today, but did he say anything? Next, Drive Guys, Sactown Sports.
The only place you'll find Harrison Barnes is Sactown Sports.
He's got the bucket at the buzzer. Harrison Barnes.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Harrison Barnes, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system? You were a bit surprised at how much it cost, or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
July 4th savings explode at Maida Chevy with $12,000 off MSRP on every new Silverado half-ton Turbo Max in stock after rebates.
$12,000 off every Silverado LT Turbo Max at Maida Chevy with at least 5 at this price.
July 4th savings up to $12,000 off Silverado exclusively at Maida Chevy at MaidaChevy.com. Sacramento Silverado headquarters. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing and leasing. Some other offers must trade in 2010 model year or newer and 7/31/24.
Made a great deal at Maida.
Hey, what's up, Sacramento? It's Kyle Draper. Turn up the cleanliness at your restaurant, healthcare, or industrial business with Alsco Uniforms, the official sponsor of the Sacramento Kings Mop Crew. We've got you covered with crisp uniforms, hygienically clean linens, floor mats, and, of course, mops delivered weekly. But that's not all. Alsco Uniforms also offers weekly services for first aid and restroom supplies. Discover why it pays to keep clean with Alsco Uniforms. Just go to alsco.com to learn more. Again, that's ALSCO.com.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports.
Thanks for being with us today. Whitey, Brenden Nunes in for Kyle Draper, should be back tomorrow. And Simone, who now feels vindicated because she figured out whatever she was trying to figure out about the arena. And I'll be honest, it's not that what she said was, I just didn't understand what she was talking about with the clubs in the arena.
So sorry.
But you've got it now. You've figured out what.
I do.
What do you have?
So I was trying to articulate that the lower sections, if you are in section 104, 105, 107, you would go to the Rush Lounge. So I always remember that because it is a 4-letter word, the smaller word, as opposed to Assembly on the other side. If you have any of those premium seats, you would be in section 115, 17, blah, blah, blah.
Gotcha.
So I'm so glad you guys allowed me a moment to rectify things and just kind of give the people what they want.
We all needed the clarity.
And how is that useful to us again?
In case you're ever, rubbing elbows with important people, you may want to, go down to those
you
club
get lost?
suites. Yeah. If you have those nice seats.
Brenden just told a story that he was trying to, he got directions once how you could get with a media credential to the floor. And the first part of it was go west. And he said, I don't have a compass. And then he just shut it down.
What is this? Clearly I couldn't figure out my way on a boat. It takes me half a sec to figure out which side the sun comes from. And I'm just not directions. I'm horrible. I'm telling you, every day I come to work for the first month, I'm putting it in my phone. And it takes me a while before I'm not doing that anymore because I just go on autopilot. And next thing I know, I'll miss my exit. I'm directionally challenged for sure.
I kind of do that too, but not so much because of directional challenges. My mind drifts And the next thing you know, it's like, oh man, I was supposed to get off.
Totally. It's hereditary. Every time my dad picks me up from the airport, we go the wrong way home. He's lived the same place forever. So
I also want to shout out the Sierra Nevada Draft Lounge too. I know that's
Sure.
for
I
the
was gonna
common
get to that.
people,
Yeah.
we do love some standing room only.
You did get a lot of
noise.
help. I don't know how much
Yeah.
it helped you, but a lot of people trying to help you on the chat.
I appreciate it.
So
Thank you,
that's great.
Sasha.
Yeah. Before we get any further, I have to ask you this, Brenden. We were just talking about the Boston Celtics. And here's a question from earlier on the show on the text line. And this is a question that so many people have right now. I'm not sure I have the answer. I have part of the answer, but it goes like this from the 916. How are teams like the Celtics able to sign 2 players making more than $300 million each and several other players making more than $100 million? We have 2 players making a fraction of that and seem strapped to sign any one other big ticket player. How is that possible?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's all guys that were already on their roster, right?
2 of them they drafted,
right?
At least 2 of them.
But I mean, there's no new additions this offseason. It's all guys that they already had. So they are eating a large bill that's going on here.
Right.
But
another part of it, pardon me, is they tried to put this team together before the new CBA went into effect.
Yeah.
They looked at it and said, we're not going to be able to do this next year. We have to do it now.
Yeah.
So they beat the deadline on it. And they are, to your point, they're paying a massive tax.
And a roster that's good enough that you're okay accepting a lack of flexibility throughout the course of the regular season. You already had built-in fail-safes. If one of Drew or Derek goes down, Derek White, then you could elevate Peyton Pritchard, or you have Jordan Walsh, who's a rookie last year that I think is interesting. If he takes a step, he could fill a role eventually if somebody else were to step down. So you already have those built-in fail-safes for a roster that you had already constructed, and they're really just extending guys at this point. But it is interesting to see them selling, and can't help but wonder if that has to do with it at all.
Yeah. We think a roster depth typically is, 1 through 10. They have depth, but only in the first 6 spots or so of the roster. But their first 6 are phenomenal.
Yeah.
Some of those, anybody on the top 6 would be top 2 or 3 on a lot of other teams.
Absolutely. And having that depth, having that optionality, I think they're in a spot where they have every right to be comfortable with, we have what we have. Let's just keep these guys around, and we really don't need to do anything else.
That's a great point. I hadn't thought of it that way. Yeah, they're really limited, but it's okay because their players are so good.
Right.
They don't need flexibility.
Yeah, they're in a spot where I think they absolutely have the luxury to be able to do that.
And yet, as you say, they are selling the team. Monty spoke today. I know you were out there. You shared some of that experience with us earlier. Bottom line is Monty spoke, said some nice things about Devin Carter, but he didn't really address what Kings fans are really wanting to hear right now.
Yeah, not too much. And like I said earlier, I don't think that's necessarily the moment to do it.
Sure.
I would say
Sure.
Makes it a little bit weird for Devin. And I'd imagine that's a big moment in his life in a way, right? You're being introduced, you're holding up your NBA jersey for the first time, answering questions from NBA media for the first time. Like, I almost, at least from my perspective, didn't necessarily want to take away from that. Monty did comment a little bit on the Sasha and Davion thing, just, and I guess this is an example of when he gets asked this type of stuff, he really just says, we wish them the best.
Sure.
And keeps that pretty, typical HR answers, exactly how you would expect. And so I think that the thing that stood out to me the most, though, from what he said, and this was also said right after drafting Devin, was that he is two-way ability. And he just kept talking about, we want two-way guys that will not be played off the floor because of a weakness in the postseason. And I think that these guys have their value, but they fit that description in Davion Mitchell and Kevin Huerter. And Keon Ellis is on the fringe a little bit there too as well when it comes to some of the offensive development, even if I'm optimistic. But I think that Devin is supposed to be the guy that can do both.
Here's Monte McNair today saying thanks for everything and best wishes to Davion and, of course, Mr. Vezenkov.
Well, first, just want to say, we wish Davion and Sasha the best, and a lot of great moments, I think, for both of them here in Sacramento over the last year plus. But yeah, just I think better opportunity for them and for us to add somebody in Jalen with some size and length up on the front line. So a little bit of rebalance in the roster, and hopefully those guys will continue to do well in Toronto.
Do you think Jalen McDaniels, was he just, we got to have somebody who matching salaries, or do they really like him? I mean, I could see it either way. There's some upside there, but do they really like the player, or did they just have to get a player coming back to make it all work?
Yeah, I mean, I guess there could be something there. To me, I would have like Kessler Edwards level of expectations, where in a pinch, try him out. There's good length there defensively, and interesting potential there. I mean, you see what his brother Jaden is able to do, and obviously he's on another level than Jalen, and I don't mean to directly compare the two, but they do have similar frames, and I do think that could have some value, but I would guess for the most part that it was probably more salary matching than anything. One of the other things that was mentioned today, and I actually got to ask
This
Monty
is, by the
about-
way, as you know, our Kings insider, Brenden Nunes, who's in for Drapes today.
Hello. Appreciate everybody listening as always.
And watching. A lot of people watching.
Absolutely. Happy to take any questions, comments, of course, in the Sac chat. But I think one of the other aspects here is the value of a rookie deal. And especially when we're talking about new CBA, some of these restrictions, that having a player that produces on a smaller term contract is really important. And you're seeing that with Keegan. And I think that's the idea with Devin. And I got to ask Monty a bit about that today, and I think we have that audio
Sure. I mean,
here
obviously, getting these guys when they're much younger than I am these days, and a long career ahead of them. So, we talk about the draft being a time not just to add to our team now, but hopefully somebody that could be here for 5 to 10 years down the road and be a part of our team. And I think for Devin, we're always looking for two-way guys. So seems obvious, but you got to defend, you got to score. And we need to be better on both ends. And the way the league's going, you got to be able to do it all. Otherwise, teams are going to find that weakness and pick on it. And the good thing about Devin is, he's been able to show all those facets of his game. So we're excited about not just the near term with him, but his future as well.
I have a question for you, Brenden. Did anything at all come up today about how funky this guy's jump shot looks? Any questions, comments? Was it addressed at all?
No, I've heard
him get up and shout and say, your jump shot looks funky?
I've heard him talk about it before. I believe it was a Kevin O'Connor interview, and he talked about how there are guys that have funky jump shots and it works, like Tyrese Halliburton, obvious comparison. He mentioned Jason Tatum too, which I actually thought was a great shout. Tatum has a weird hitch to his shot, but it works. He did get asked about the jump in 3-point shooting that he took in his junior year, because it's very significant. If you look at the difference year by year during his time at, he started at South Carolina, shot 26.7% on 2 threes a game, transfers to Providence because South Carolina ended up letting go with a coach that he originally was there for. And then he goes to 29.9%, 3.5 a game. The big jump is this most recent year, 37.7% on 6.8 a game. And what he said is that his coach came into the year and was like, I want you to shoot 6-7 threes a game. And that gave him a level of confidence to then go continue working on it and build his confidence as well in that way. And that's how it's translated. So he says he's extremely confident in his jumper and form, however that's going to look. Really, I do think it being low could be an issue a bit sometimes, but for the most part, if it goes in, it goes in, right?
Yeah, that's true. Devin Carter went to Providence. He was a Providence Friar. Is it true that Brenden didn't know what a friar was? We answered that when we come right back. Drive, guys. Sactown Sports.
Subscribe to Sactown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys, live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus, view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sactown Sports.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Kyle Draper from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. This 4th of July, we know it's right around the corner, and we know what that means. Grilling, hanging with family, for me, even golfing, and of course, riding around in my all-new Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV. I'm here to tell you this 4th of July is the perfect time to celebrate with incredible lease offers from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. You can drive your dream car for just $444 per month with $4,000 down, or you can enjoy 1.99% APR on select certified pre-owned models. I urge you, go to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton right now. I did it, and it's the best car driving experience I've ever had. From the sales team to the service team, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton treats you right. So get your dream car right now and enjoy it over the holiday weekend. Visit Mercedes-Benz of Stockton today or online at mbfstockton.com. Just tell them your boy Drape sent you.
Devin Carter, I tell you, the second time we've done this where we play his voice over some music tracks, and it sounds like part of the track at first because his voice is so smooth and deep. You know, it's like, oh, what song? Oh, no, that's Devin Carter.
Yeah. Little producer tag, he could probably do it.
Mm-hmm.
He's talking about his playmaking a little bit there, and he mentions like some guys like the seams a certain way when he gets past to him, right? He's so detail oriented.
I've never heard that in my life, and I've heard a lot of,
I've only heard, I think, why do I want to say it's Chris Paul? It's one of these crazy passers, right?
Yeah, I've just heard, guys like it in a certain spot, which of course, but it seems a certain way.
Which I couldn't tell you how you do that with a pass necessarily. I guess you got to line it up first yourself, and then the way that you spin it.
When the defender stop, I gotta
ridiculous.
Okay.
But if he's paying attention to that, and when he talks about rebounding, he's talking about like that he's looking at the trajectory, very Dennis Rodman, and realizing, oh, it's going that way, and that's the spin. It's probably going to go over here. Like, that is very detail-oriented stuff that gives me some sense of optimism. I don't know if it's just me.
We tend to get, go a little overboard on any new Kings player.
I'm very guilty. I have a Jemias Ramsey cutout.
We
out
all
there.
do it. Yeah. But it does seem like the enthusiasm over this guy from Monty in the front office, it does seem genuine.
It absolutely does. Again, I think that two-way ability, the fact that they were just chasing Caruso, and that was reported they were willing to offer this pick, this guy feels very similar. And I think there's two sides to the Davion comparison. There's, you can be worried because they're saying a lot of the same things, or you could bet that they're not going to make the same mistake twice. And not to call Davion a mistake. Davion can still be a good role player. But I know, I feel mean. Without going too deep into that, I think that they wouldn't draft another backup point guard, I guess is what I would say. I think that they very much believe that he can play up, that he can be the ideal glue piece that just takes care of all the little details and does really whatever you ask him to do out there.
To me, the big difference between he and Davion potentially is it's something Davion could absolutely do nothing about. Davion was smaller. I know Carter's not really tall, but he's bigger, and he had the wingspan is just, there's no comparison, for a defensive player that can, what's his wingspan?
6'8" wingspan.
Yeah.
He also has the tied for the highest vertical in the draft class.
That's right.
He gets off the ground really fast. So I think that combination of things lets you play bigger than you really are.
Is it true that you didn't know what a fryer was?
It is very true. Well, I have an air fryer.
Surprises me.
I have an air fryer. Does that count? I'll
what
some
do you
burgers.
Make in it?
Some
What's the best thing you've made in it?
Probably like steaks.
Really?
Yeah, very basic.
Aren't you supposed to fry stuff in it? It's a fryer?
Well, okay, so yeah, I guess I'm wording this wrong because it has an air fryer setting, but it also does multiple things.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right, because I am sounding crazy
she has
there.
An air fryer, and she makes some cool stuff.
Yeah. No, you're right. It is an air fryer that
I've never
has
actually,
multiple settings.
I don't know how to use it, so I can't.
That's the only fryer I know of, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or like somebody that really likes fries.
But this is with an A, right? Fryer, I believe, which is a monk of some kind.
That's my understanding. The Providence fans, right after Devin was drafted, just spamming comments with just the word fryer. There's no explanation. There's nothing going on.
Yeah,
I don't
they
know.
roll
Might need to show up
deep.
with a fit though.
They roll really deep. I
Oh, yeah.
remember that day I was working for Styles and Watkins, and there was a lot of new faces, a lot of new names
Yeah?
in the chat. Yeah, they were very, very devout.
Welcome.
See what I did there?
Well, welcome aboard. Hopefully he'll be here long term.
Hopefully, and convert that fan base over, and it might make a good Halloween fit for a couple guys. I think that we'll see with the robes, Absolutely. I think you look great in it, Whitey.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I bought it for you, would next week?
No. But so you can't do the monks when Monk scores you can't do
there's something there though.
Yeah.
There's something there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is yet.
And
we're going to get there.
What do we know what his nicknames are? They're probably something totally different.
We have to workshop this.
Well, okay.
And the beam too being a chapel. This is we're really onto something.
Would there be arguments or a pushback if he got called DC?
No.
DC2? Would we have to call him DC2?
That's what I'm wondering. Some people would definitely be like, we can't go DC, right?
I
It's
know
like when I tried to do K9 for Kevin and Kenny Thomas tweeted me and it's like, no, not happening. Like, well, my bad.
Yeah, we can do better than DC, and there is already a DC.
Yeah, there is. Literally on the staff.
We have to see him play, right? I mean, really, to be an organic nickname. And I know he's got a body of work as a college player, but we have to see the guy play, and then the nickname has to follow. Wow, look what he is. Look what he's done. Look what he can do.
Yeah, it naturally has to happen.
Yes, yes.
We'll get there. Red Velvet. Kayvon was a great one for Kevin. Very Atlanta. Yeah, we'll get there.
Here is my advice. Well, it's not from me. It's advice from Monte McNair, and it's from Albert Einstein. Would you like to hear it?
I would.
By the way, I think this is one of those things that is attributed to Einstein, and I'll bet you there's no chance he ever said it. But have you heard the one, doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result is the definition of insanity. Supposedly Einstein said that. Einstein didn't say that.
Oh, yeah.
There's a number of things like that, and I believe somebody came up with some of these sayings, and they realized, hey, my Uncle Marty said that. People go, I don't care. But if you say Einstein said that, people go, are you kidding me? That's the most brilliant thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot of these things that are attributed to Einstein, who was much too busy to be coming up with these stupid sayings. But the saying is, and actually I saw Chuck Swirsky tweeted this today, the Bulls announcer, a ship is always safe at shore, but that is not what it is built for. So Monty got some moves to make, right?
Yeah.
You can be safe. Sure, but that's not what you need to do right now.
The teams are built to win.
Yes.
And yeah, absolutely. And to make moves, they're in a position to absolutely make moves and currently sitting on the shore, but waiting for the right moment to set off. And they're just trying to figure out the right terminology so that way they're safe for when they do.
Either that,
undock.
It could be, or they already are at sea, as I was saying earlier, and they got a number of lines.
It's true.
And they're just waiting.
Yeah.
It'll take time.
Yeah.
Not fly fishing.
Monty's got to just hand the pole to the right guy, though, at the end.
Right.
Is that it's the moral of the story here.
Then at some point, you got to say, we don't need that fish. Which fish do they want? Which fish do they need to pursue?
I think you're the only radio host here that would figure out an Albert Einstein quote that perfectly fits for this. But it does perfectly fit.
That as a compliment.
No, that is a compliment. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's true, right? At least it seems to be true. And that's why so many fans are so frustrated. And there's this impression that he's not doing anything. And now we don't know if he's going to get something done. And that's bottom line. You have to get something done. But I don't think it's accurate to suggest that right now Monty's not doing anything.
No, they absolutely are active. That's why they're in getting mentioned in a lot of rumors, interested in different guys. I would bet that they have a fallback and are willing to chase bigger fish in the meantime. In a way, they're already on the water. They're just trying to figure out the best place to drop anchor and put the poles out, So I think that I know I heard it too.
Throw that out.
Yeah. Okay. So I think, I think that they absolutely are remaining active and something they have to make some sort of move. Monty,
how big does it have to be? Pardon me. But let's say, like a year ago when I was sitting here with Chris and we're doing the show and we're talking about what do the Kings need to do? Who should they pursue? A year ago, I looked at the potential available free agents. I said, Cam Johnson would be perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he is restricted at the time, and the Nets snatched him up. He never even went to market. I still think a year later, he's a really, really great fit for the Kings. But let's say that was the move. That plus they get somebody with the MLE. Is that enough? Are fans going to say, That doesn't really help. Or is that going to be enough?
I would say that I think it's enough temporarily, but you're still waiting for the eventual big swing, right? Because you still have that's the way that this team takes the next step to eventual championship contention. Not that there's not smaller steps that you can take in the meantime, but I guess the eventual leap is going to take another star. Unless Keegan Murray miraculously becomes way better than we even think, and I'm already pretty optimistic about.
Wow, hold on. Part. Yeah, miraculously. You mean like right now?
No, but down the line.
Miraculously, to me, that implies you don't think he's ever going to be that.
I am a little unsure.
Well, that's fair. Okay.
On what level of star we're talking about. And for me, the big X factor for Keegan might just be the mindset. Like, I need to see you go out there and do it. Like, you have the talent. You have games where you have 47 points and then other games where you're hardly getting the ball. And I don't think that's coaching staff's fault. I mean, there is an aspect of they could force it a little bit more often, but go and do it. Be aggressive and actively chase your opportunities and your looks, because there's something there, but I think I still need to see a little bit more when it comes to his willingness to say, no, this is my possession.
The insider just checked his phone there. I know you're busy. Anything breaking?
I did. No, nothing. Okay. Just a little. Yeah. Nothing.
I mean, when Brenden checks his phone, it's like, woo, something happened. When I check my phone, it's like, hey, I sold something on eBay, so it's not the same.
No, nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. I wish my stuff was selling on eBay. I've been sitting there forever, Whitey.
You actually have stuff available?
Old CDs way back in the day. Who knows, man? A Walkman, maybe.
You're trying to sell CDs?
No, like way back. Okay, like my ex-stepmom's old CDs or something.
How long have they been available?
I don't know. I couldn't even, if they sold now, I might not even know how to send them.
Sorry, I don't know where it is. Yeah. They generally frown on that, but that's okay.
Yeah. Bunch of Nickelback CDs, Yeah. Why not? Yeah. 3 Doors Down.
No one's buying a used scratch CD from you.
Why not? I don't actually.
What's that going to say? Oh, you don't know.
No. Yeah.
All right.
You guys all believed it right away, though. Do I look like somebody that would be
went
selling
right
CDs?
to it. It's like you didn't hesitate. So
it's not like I never have before. They're just not still up.
What about Cam Johnson and everyone says Cam Johnson, Dorian Finney-Smith. Do I have room for both? I don't even know if that fits. Both.
I think that it would be tough to make both work financially. I think that you could in a trade, but ideally you want to maintain also what your tradable salary is for the eventual star trade. So I think keeping one of Kevin or Harrison in those deals, meaning only acquiring one of Dorian or Cam, could make a lot of sense in order to keep those finances available for whatever that next deal may be. Because I do think Cam and Dorian would both be very helpful on this team. I think Cam more than Dorian at this point in his career. But again, that's a step in the right direction. You still would need to wait, in my mind, for that next big leap.
I believed you totally about this.
I can tell that you're still thinking about it. I have some
CDs. Maybe I could sell them.
Yeah. I did have like a burnt orange Walkman when I was younger.
Really?
Yeah. So some CDs, a little bit. Just on the edge of it, just old enough.
Here's my thing on Keegan. Oh, I'll tell you when we come right back here. Brendan's in for Drapes today. It's the Drive, guys. Thanks for being with us on Sactown Sports.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry. You never have to miss them again. Check out SactownSports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, the Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on SactownSports.com.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm meteorologist Heather Waldman in the KCRA3 Weather Center. A red flag warning will continue through Wednesday with a gusty north breeze. We'll start off warm with temperatures in the mid-70s. We'll end with a high around 110. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA News and the KCRA app.
Your water heater. Old, rusty, forgotten. We hardly ever even think about them until there's no hot water. Right now, get incredible rebates up to $3,000 off and financing available for as little as $40 a month. Leave it to Bonnie to crank up the heat.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Dead battery on America's birthday? America's #1 battery destination is here to help. AutoZone has free battery testing and charging at every store, and batteries starting at just $79.99. With our 4th of July sale, we have savings to help you red, white, and do any other jobs you've been putting off. It's everything you need to get back on the road. at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Celebrate July 4th with the hottest deals at Lowe's. Right now, get 2 select 2 or 2.5 quart red, white, and blue annuals for $10. And buy 2, get 1 free on select paint and exterior stain via Lowe's gift card rebate. Shop these deals before they're gone, because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 7/10. Annuals offer in-store only. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. Paint. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details while supplies last.
Toyota's 4th of July sales event ends soon, so get in today for deals on the hottest lineup around. This summer, choose from Toyota's 16 hybrid and electrified models, more than any other brand, and go the distance with Toyota's class-leading fuel efficiency and reliability. Get your ride on with Toyota's 4th of July sales event today. Toyota, let's go places.
Subscribe to Sactown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sactown Sports.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Sactown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sactown Sports and subscribe.
Brenden Nunes with us today, in for Drapes. Special guest joining us. We've been catching up with the other hosts on the station today, trying to get their views. Of course, we listen all the time, but just trying to get a kind of a central deposit here of all this knowledge and nice stuff to join us now. This song is for him. Jason Ross. J. Ross, how are you?
I'm dancing, baby. What's up, Whitey? What's up, Brenden?
What's up, Jason?
Is this on Brendan's CDs that he's selling?
Yeah. I'll leave a couple in your office for you. I got to figure out where they're at, but we'll go free on your end for the first one only.
First one's free. The next one's $99.99.
Yeah. And I hope you have a way to play it.
Jason, do you know the difference between port and starboard? Because that's another thing we found out about the young Brenden today. He's like, I have no idea what any of that means.
Aired with an Einstein quote. You ready?
Yeah.
What is right is not always popular, and what is popular is not always right.
Yeah, there's no way Einstein said that.
Yeah, what is
Allegedly.
starboard is not always popular? Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, J. Ross. J. Ross, of course, from the J. Ross and Verlade show. Also, others may appear.
Sometimes.
Yeah. What's your best guess here? And I know, like I say, I know you talk about this every day and we hear you, but we're just getting everybody's views in one place for the most part. What do you think the Kings are going to do? How big do you think the move's going to be, and when do you think it'll happen?
When it'll happen is probably what everybody's waiting for, right? I mean, more and more of these free agents are falling away and going away. I was a guy that was would have been into Kyle Anderson, and obviously he just got scooped up. So, in the end, I guess it won't matter how long it takes as long as the Kings feel good about what they do. But the longer it takes, Whitey, I think, I don't know, I'll speak for myself, just getting more and more nervous about it. Doesn't mean, it has to be the biggest of moves, kind of like you and Brenden were just talking about. But, I mean, I do feel like a move needs to be made. I certainly know the fans want that. Doesn't mean that's why you do it. But it just, it feels like a little bit of a boost to the roster, and kind of a reconfiguration is needed.
Yeah, and there was some talk around DeMar DeRozan earlier today, some reporting there. What level?
From R.J. Spears.
Yes, sorry. What level do you think that would take the Kings to, or does that even make much sense to you?
It makes a lot of sense. I just don't know how it's done. I think the mid-level is what they have, unless they can work some sort of sign and trade with Chicago, and maybe that would be the way it would have to be done. I did see another report where he was maybe more interested in maybe just taking a 1 year to then jump back into free agency. That might line up well for the Kings if they had a further idea or another shot at this next summer. So, I mean, I think fit-wise, a lot of the guys that have been rumored make sense, but the problem, just like any player, there's question marks with almost all of them. And it's like, what's it going to cost you to get a Markkanen? What's it going to cost you to get Ingram? Maybe it's left to get Kuzma. LaVine seems like a huge risk, but a reward if it's all right. I mean, I think that's got to be the thing that the front office is wrestling with, that all these things probably could help, but it's how much will they hurt?
Yeah, I mean, you got to realize there's a reason why these guys are available, right? And that's speaks to the risk that whoever acquires them will have to assume. Jason Ross with us, Drive Guys on Sactown Sports. What do you think the biggest roster need is right now, Jay Ross?
Still feels like wing depth, a starter. I think, if you look at the starters, to me, De'Aaron obviously is a top tier point guard, Sabonis top tier big man as far as the center goes. I think Keegan's developing along that way. Personally, Kevin Huerter 2 years ago, I think was a nice shooting guard. Did not have the same year last year. And we all love Harrison Barnes, but I think that's an area that needs improving. So between the 2-3, and you might already have it if you start Malik Monk, and maybe some would say don't start him, but I just think he needs to play more minutes. So to me, if I'm looking at all the pieces, I would say the 3-4, whether you move Keegan to 3 or Keegan's the 4, but I think that kind of the Barnes starting role to me is the spot that needs to be targeted.
Yeah, going with a little bit of a hypothetical here, but let's say of the guys that have been mentioned, of Lauri Markkanen, Brandon Ingram, Kyle Kuzma, if you want to throw Zach LaVine in there as well, say the Kings could acquire any of those, whoever you think the best player is, and for the hypothetical sake, let's say it does not include Keegan Murray. Who do you think is the best player? And if the Kings were to get that deal, how good would they be?
Yeah, so that last part, Brendan, is the key part, because I think Markkanen, according to reports, who knows what's true, I'm sure Danny Ainge would want Keegan, so that makes that one less appealing, but I think that fit is really good. I'd be torn. I think the Markkanen fit would be great. I think the Ingram fit would be really good. And honestly, I think the DeRozan fit would be good. What's interesting is I know there was some knocks early on Ingram for the amount of games he's missed. He's actually played a few more than Markkanen. So I don't think either one has had, as serious injuries as, let's say, Zach LaVine. But, something that I don't think he's not the same player after these injuries. I don't think that's the case. But I know it's not the direct answer, but I like the 3 fits the best being DeRozan, if that's even possible, Ingram, if that's even possible, and Markkanen, and almost in any order. I think they're all a little bit different. I think maybe the bigger question is which one would require kind of the future bigger contract, and that's probably between Ingram and Markkanen.
How about Kuzma as a fit, Jay Ross? And it seems to me, Brendan and I, of course, we're talking about this earlier, seems like a lot of the breadcrumbs right now, when you look at what we think matters to the Kings, a lot of them seem to be leading to me to Kuzma. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but what do you think of Kuzma just in terms of being a roster fit?
Yeah, are you saying that because the other moves haven't been made?
Well, I'm saying that just because he just makes sense on a number of levels. What you'd have to give up to get him, not the most. Salary, it's not prohibitive. He plays a position. Just a lot of factors like that.
Yeah, and I think you could do Kuzma and then still probably get a free agent or 2. Maybe 2 might be a stretch, but use that mid-level and kind of change your team. And I still think, and I totally get this for Kings fans that have been impatient and wanting more. Like I think the most important thing that's still not talked about enough, they signed Malik Monk, and that's a really big deal. Had they not done that at this point, I think it would be awful. But they did. That's an important player to keep. He's a part of what seems to be their core 4 at the moment. So that was big, and then now it's this next piece. But yeah, I mean, Kuzma, I think, Whitey, you're right, is the least costly and contracts beneficial. I think when you're looking at it, like if we're all trying to pick a player to play without any restrictions, I don't think I'd pick Kuzma first. He might be near the last, but that doesn't mean he's bad by any means. He would definitely be a starter for me on this team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that everybody's talking about the external improvement, which is very reasonable. And by the way, you horrified me at even the idea of if they didn't have Malik, the way the conversations would be going right now.
Brendan
this would
just
be
went white when
this
you
would
said
be
that.
horrible.
Yeah.
I was already a little bit, but how everybody's talking about external improvement. Outside of Keegan Murray, who do you look at and hope to get some internal improvement going into this year?
It's probably going to have to be whatever role players are still. I mean, obviously Fox and Sabonis still ended up having, Sabonis had the best year he's ever had. Can he top that? That's probably a lot to ask, but if he can repeat that and Fox can repeat that, Monk maybe just a slight bit more consistent, though I thought he was incredible. So they kind of need it all. I know that's, an obvious statement, but I don't know that I'm looking at one. And then there's some mysteries like Devin Carter. How much of an impact will he have? I know McDaniels in the trade hasn't really had a great opportunity or not many great looks at it. Maybe he's not the fit here, but maybe he is. You want him to have his best year as a King. So I think it kind of needs to be a collective, and I think that's when they were at their best, 2 years ago when they had a lot of people playing really well, and they need more than, 3 or 4 guys having good years. They need about 6 or 7.
J. Ross, here's one of the things that concerns me about the current situation, the way things are unfolding. And maybe I'm off base here. Maybe this is not a realistic fear. But it looks like the Kings, rather than doing anything with the MLE, looks like they're focusing on a bigger move, which I get. But then there are a number of guys that are signing for lesser deals that I think could be valuable to them. And it almost looks like, well, they're not concerned with that now. Maybe it's a total misread. But my fear is you wait for the big move, which you don't ever actually pull off. You settle for something, and then the smaller moves that you could have made earlier, they're all gone. Do you think I think some Kings fans are worried about that. Do you think that's reason to be a little bit anxious about this?
Sure. I mean, it hasn't happened yet. The trade hasn't happened. And if it doesn't happen, you don't have to do it just to do it. But it is, running dry. I'm looking at, I don't know what you guys think about some of the best available that are left. I mean, as far as wings go, Sadiq Bey, Caleb Martin. I know I constantly say this on the morning, and I would get it if everyone's like, no, run away. But I mean, I think Miles Bridges has to be brought up. Maybe others are like, no, I won't do it. And if you don't, look, there would be some risk there. But I mean, talent wise and what you might get him for, I think that, it's tough to overlook some of those other things. But it's running a little bit thin as far as areas of position of need.
How about you, Brenden, on Miles Bridges? Because yesterday I said, I wish him the best, and he's a fine player. I just wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
And I don't have, like I said, I wish him all the best, but I wouldn't do it. I understand why people would. I wouldn't. How about you?
Yeah, that one's a pass for me. I definitely understand what you're saying, Jason. Basketball-wise, he does make a lot of sense.
And he's going to go somewhere, and he's going to play well for somebody.
He will. He will. I can't. I just can't.
I got you. I'm with you.
Yeah. Especially some of the videos and proof behind it all. It's just,
I didn't mean to put you on the spot,
a lot for me.
I
don't blame you. It is absolutely something that needs to be talked about because basketball wise, he does make a lot of sense. I could see it making sense because it probably also comes with a low cost because of that, which is a crappy thing, but that's a part of this, So I would stay away from it, but I get the basketball side, I guess.
J. Ross, we appreciate your time very much. How are your shoulders from, like carrying that show for, years now, every day?
Yeah, I'm shrinking. Like I'm just getting shorter and shorter. Next year when they do the heights and weight for the season intros, I'm about 5'3" now.
I heard you were Alan Stiles size now, and I couldn't believe it.
Wow.
Yeah, but I'm feeling good and confident like Alan.
That's
the world's
good.
Right.
That's
good.
That's good.
Yeah.
Real quick, Whitey was saying that there was an instance where you said you were going to score on him every time.
This is true.
And
Everyone
did?
says J. Ross is the nicest guy. I even say that. It's like, yes, except for the one time was it Willow Creek? And we're just playing pickup with, Pat and Tom. And J. Ross just looks over at me one day and he goes, hey, this game, I'm going to score on you every time I get the ball. And he did. He actually did.
I didn't know you talk crap, Jason. I guess that makes sense. Maybe I should know that.
It really wasn't talking crap. It was just awful defense by Whitey. And I'll say it now. We exposed the mismatch. We win it.
House in the house.
He invented the too small sign that day.
That's back when he was still 6'7".
Yes. And, he's Luka on offense, but he's also Luka on defense, unfortunately. So I took advantage of that. I had to do it, Brenden. I mean, look, we wanted winners. I had to win, and it came at Whitey's expense.
A win is a win.
Yeah. All right, J. Ross, appreciate it. Rematch, right?
By the way, I think when you say that, I think I scored once. I think the only time I got the ball, I scored.
Believe me, I remember. I still have nightmares about it. Yeah. Thanks, Jason. We'll be listening.
Guys.
Yeah, take it easy, Jason Ross from the J. Ross and Company morning show here on Sactown Sports.
What a guy.
A great guy.
As good as it gets, really.
Really is. When we come right back. Well, it looks like the Dubs could have had Paul George after all. Next, Brenden in for Drapes Today, Sactown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by the Roseville Auto Mall.
I'm meteorologist Heather Waldman in the KCRA3 Weather Center. A red flag warning will continue through Wednesday with a gusty north breeze. We'll start off warm with temperatures in the mid-70s. We'll end with a high around 110. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA News and the KCRA app.
It's the 4th of July sale at the Roseville Auto Mall, where you'll find the largest selection of vehicles in Northern California. With unbeatable deals and amazing financing options, there's never been a better time to drive away in your dream vehicle. The Roseville Auto Mall, where your perfect ride awaits.
This 4th of July, celebrate in style with Amy's Outdoor Living, your grilling headquarters. From burgers to brisket, Amy's Outdoor Living's got perfect grills for your Independence Day celebration. See the new Red Hot barbecue brands Napoleon and RecTech. Napoleon grills perfect gas and infrared grilling, and they're built to last. RecTech pellet grills built like a tank and offer the #1 rated grilling app. Free setup and delivery with Amy's for grills, $3.99 and up. Amy's also features Weber, Big Green Egg, and Traeger gas and pellet grills. And you got to see the one I got, the Gosney Professional Pizza Ovens. Oh, my goodness. Add some style to your backyard party with new furniture, and Amy's will pay the sales tax on all in-stock furniture and outdoor decor items. Visit their clearance center in the Sacramento store for scratch and dent savings. Amy's Outdoor Living, El Camino near Watt, and inside Amy Ace Hardware in the El Dorado Town Center.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool has been put away. Now is the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
The smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap. Swiffer Power Mop.
Introducing the new Swiffer Power Mop, the all-in-one tool that gives you a mop and bucket clean in half the time. The solution's built right in, so no heavy bucket, and the pad has hundreds of scrubbing strips to get deep into grout. Don't mop harder, mop smarter.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
If you've been on the American River, it's uphill, it's downhill. There's trails everywhere that you can walk, and it just makes you happy. And I couldn't walk, and it was terrible. I was turning into a real crab. I went to the Good Feet store, and I tried on the arch supports. I could not believe that I was not in pain. I can walk, I can run, I can jump, I can do anything. My name's Terry, and that's my Good Feet story.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville. This 4th of July celebrates spectacular savings at Elk Grove Kia. During this Kia summer sales event, drive away in a 2024 Forte for only $169 per month, or get 4.99% for 72 months on a new Seltos. Or come shop our large selection of quality pre-owned vehicles with many starting below $20,000. We work with many credit situations and have vehicles to fit every need and budget. But these deals won't last. So get to Elk Grove Kia at the Elk Grove Auto Mall during the 4th of July sales event. Forte lease plus tax, $4,999 due at signing. 0 security deposit. 10,000 miles per year, 20 cents per mile excess. 5 available. Celtos offers $1,606 per month for $1,000 financed. No down payment required. 5 available. On approval of credit. Ends 7/8/24.
Turn your highway into a smile way. Elk Grove Kia.
Live and local. Live and local.
This is Sactown Sports.
We got Brenden in for Drapes today, and we've had a lot of fun today. Thanks for listening and participating. Really appreciate the participation and the fact that you're listening, watching on YouTube. We've had today some special guests. Carmichael Dave joined us. Alan Stiles just talked to J. Ross, and then Chris Watkins going to join us bottom of the next hour. But J. Ross brought up something that's very interesting. We touched on it a little bit yesterday. A lot of people talking about it on Twitter. Comes up in the chat here. Miles Bridges and the Kings. And really good player. And a lot of people look at the dwindling options and say, this guy's not going to cost a lot to get. And he's a fine player. And I just would not do it. I'm with you, Brenden. And I know you can make the case. You can make a strong case basketball-wise. And again, I'm not judging the guy. I mean, what he did, we know is horrible, but I wish him the best, but I would not want him on my team.
Yeah, definitely exactly where I'm at. I think there's also, we say the Kings could use an edge and are a team full of good guys and maybe, or nice guys, and maybe that's not a great thing all the time. Bad guys are not what they mean on the opposite end of that. Maybe a little bit more of an edge. This is way over the top in that aspect, obviously, when it comes to the Miles Bridges stuff. Just very, honestly, gross stuff that the way that the kids are impacted, and obviously the girl in that situation as well. It's just gross, and it's very hard to look past. And even honestly, partially selfishly from a coverage standpoint, I don't want to have to deal with that at all. It'd be a whole circus. It just doesn't. Again, basketball wise, I can see how it would work. He is a very good player. Sometimes it goes beyond that.
Well, the other side of that coin is if you don't get him, somebody's gonna, right?
Yeah.
Like I say, I don't want any part of it, but I understand that. And the LA Times about half hour ago posted this. The Clippers have interest in signing unrestricted free agent forward Miles Bridges, according to people with knowledge of the situation. Would probably take a sign and trade deal, according to the Times, in which the Clippers would send a draft pick to Charlotte for Bridges. 21 points, 7.3 rebounds, 3.3 assists while shooting 46.2% from the field last season.
Of course it's going to be a desperate team.
Yeah.
Right? Like the Clippers just lost Paul George, and not even practically, they cannot replace him. They got Derek Jones Jr. They did add Mo Bamba, Chris Dunn. They just added Kevin Porter Jr. too, for what it's worth. So I guess you're just adding another one in there. But that's the type of team that I guess it's a little less unsurprising, where they're desperate in their options.
I'm not even sure how viable he would be for the Kings, because the Times says names that have come up for a possible deal are Norman Powell, who makes $19.2 million, and Terrence Mann, who makes $11.5 million. So again, you'd apparently want to do a sign and trade here. And if he was like, there was no market and he was looking for part of the mid-level, that'd be one thing. But it sounds like there's, unfortunately or fortunately, there's more demand for him than that. And he's probably going to end up with more than that. I don't know if the Kings could swing that.
Yeah. And if we're talking just basketball, then why doesn't Charlotte want to keep him? Charlotte is in a situation where they need talent and they need to get better than they are currently quickly with where LaMelo's at.
I believe I saw somewhere, of course, this may have been posturing. I think the Hornets have stated that they are interested in keeping him.
Okay.
I believe I saw that yesterday.
Gotcha.
I looked this up yesterday. So again, that, sometimes teams say things they don't really mean, but just because the Clippers want him doesn't mean necessarily that the Hornets don't want him back. In fact, the thing that I saw was from a Hornets fan site, and the guy who wrote it said, the latest news on the Hornets and Miles Bridges is terrible. They want to keep him. So that was the way the guy wrote it.
Which is fair.
Yeah.
Which is fair. Yeah. And, I can be a little hesitant with some of these tough conversations and accusations with things. This is much more than accusations when it comes to the Bridges side.
Right. Yeah. We know it happened.
Right.
So
exactly.
Yeah. As far as Keegan goes, I was going to make a point about Keegan. Then we started talking to J. Ross, who was coming after me on the chat. This nice guy. Guys, you should have seen my stat line versus Whitey that day. Quadruple double. Really?
Two-faced over here. He's like, it was only one bucket. And then
I
he's
told
just
the story
talking
on myself. And he's just, yes, absolutely. Well, that's all right. That's fine. But I was going to make a point about Keegan. I don't know that the Kings should really be concerned that much going into next year about Keegan's development. In other words, if you're going to bring in a guy, whoever it might be, if the thinking might be, this comes up a lot on the show. Well, that guy, whoever it is, they're going to need the ball more, and that might impede Keegan's development. To me, I feel like Keegan's just going to have to figure it out. If this guy makes me better, then Keegan's development, I know it's important, but it takes a backseat. It's not a priority. Me being better next year and winning more games, that's the priority.
Absolutely. I think that both can exist. I think ideally, again, in this equal opportunity offense, that it's just whose night is it tonight? And as long as whatever guy you bring in is okay with it not being his night on a given night, that, maybe is Kyle Kuzma going to be okay with tonight? I only shot the ball 8 times, and maybe that's a lower number on that side here, but because he's willing to let Keegan have a big game. Or is it going to be, I only got 5 points in this first stint here. I need to get another shot, So as long as the guy is okay with just winning games, whatever that looks like, and whatever your stat line specifically point-wise may entail in that situation, then I think it can still fit, and it's just going to be about Keegan going out and getting it.
Can you handle a question here on a potential trade?
I can.
A theoretical trade from Dwayne Baker. Brenden, what about DeAndre Hunter for HB Ellis, a first, and restrictions off the first next year?
Yeah, let me lay this out again. I got this in front of me. DeAndre Hunter for Harrison Barnes, Keon Ellis, a first, and restrictions off the first next year. Oh, right, because it would be Atlanta that we'd be dealing with here. DeAndre Hunter's kind of interesting to me, but I do think that at this point he's probably overpaid on his current deal, and one of those situations where you'd be in a tough spot financially for a guy that I'm not sure you'd want to put yourself in that. 21 mil this year, 23 the year after, 24 the following year. So I guess it is more towards the Kuzma side than it would be necessarily Ingram.
But I'm with you. He's been a little bit underwhelming, and that's one of the reasons the Hawks are in the predicament they're in. They've had a lot of guys like that like, he's not horrible, but he's not as good as we thought he's going to be.
Yeah, misses a decent amount of games as well. 57 games last year, 67 year before, but then 53, 23. He almost reminds me of Patrick Williams, guys that I think if the Kings were a little bit earlier in their process, then I think that would be the right type of guy. But there's still so many question marks there that I think even if that meant he came with a lower price for that reason, that if they sold themselves on it, I could get behind it. But to me, that seems a little bit risky, I guess I would say, for the current stage the Kings are at, where they really need to make sure they hit on what they do next.
Gold, Silver, and Diamond says, Whitey, you are judging. Bridges' ex-wife said he's always been a great father to their children. She also said he is a good person, not a bad person. She has defended him publicly. I'm not judging. I just know what he did. There's no question. And I just know that I don't want to associate myself with someone who's done that. And if you do, and that's fine. A lot of people are like, oh, sign me up. I get that. I just don't want my organization linked to someone who's done that. It's not judging. I think we all know that what happened was wrong, right?
Yes.
And no matter what his wife says, I think you can make the case that he hasn't been an ideal father, right? I don't think that's a stretch.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And yeah, more than that. And
right.
I think it's also kind of typical behavior in some of these situations.
Yeah. Can be. I don't know. And I hope they're happy, and I hope he's great. I just don't want that guy on my team. I understand why a lot of people do.
Absolutely the same way. That's just one of those stayaways for me.
We'll come back with a look at how the Warriors could have had Paul George and the Kings 2024 offseason. How come nothing ain't happened yet? Maybe Brenden can answer that when we come right back. Chris Watkins, bottom of the hour 2 on Sactown Sports.
Can Mike Brown build on last season's Coach of the Year award? Can the Kings exceed 48 wins?
We will be better prepared to make the run that we expect to run come next playoff.
Tune into every Kings game this season on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Whitey here, reminding you that not all gas grills are created equal. Going to be brats for the 4th of July, I can guarantee you that. Bring out all the delicious flavors in your grilled meals with the amazing Napoleon Prestige and Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers with features that other grills cannot match. They're built different, built better, built to last. They're made with premium stainless steel that boasts quality and a lifetime warranty. Right now, up to $100 off selected Napoleon models. Napoleon grills and accessories now available at your nearby Amy's, Ace Hardware in Sacramento, and now El Dorado.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
The PGA Club fitters at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio know that golf should be fun.
They also know that players of all abilities will hit the ball farther and straighter, play better golf, shoot lower scores, and have more fun if they get fitted before they purchase golf clubs. Hagen Oaks delivers the same technology and major brands used to fit PGA and LPGA professionals. See how the game can be even more fun. Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-385-9302 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-385-9302. That's 800-385-9302. What do you have to lose? Call 800-385-9302. Again, 800-385-9302.
Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino. Sacramento summertime heat is back. And of course, Cap Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, wants to invite everyone to soak up some air conditioning, still with the most variety of table games in the region. And as always, the best food, best service, and the best action, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Capital Casino, of course, reminding everyone to please make sure you gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Coach Doug Christie here to let you know it's the 4th of July Sell-a-thon at Folsom Lake Ford. All your favorite models are on sale. Get zero down deals on approval of credit right now. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Take it on the local level. Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sactown Sports. Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sactown Sports.
What's going on in Atlanta, Brenden Nunes? People on the chat, Compio saying the Braves back-to-back home runs, and the next batter off the top of the wall. It's only 2-0, but it looks like Birdsong getting battered a little bit, huh?
Yeah.
By the Bravos.
We're just going to hope this is some growing pains. Yeah. Elliot Ramos ran into the wall. I'm hoping he's okay. A little worried after what happened to Jung-Hoo Lee earlier in the year, but he seems all right. Seems all right. I just can't help but cross my fingers about Giants and their injuries this year.
Brenden with his Giants hat on.
I'm trying this year. It's an effort. It's an effort. Yeah. Frankie's really into it. I will admit, I've mainly been playing the show, the baseball video game, and I've gotten Frankie and Chris on board with me, and we're all playing this. And so that's where a little bit of my education initially comes from, and then I have some context for watching games.
Just saw somebody. Who was it? Oh, I think it's somebody on the Dodgers, right? I think he's from Cuba, maybe. He's like a world-class player in MLB The Show.
Okay.
Like he's rated like top 10 in the world, I think. And I forget who it is.
I think I know what you're talking about, but I can't remember off the top of my head either. I will say I am top 10 rated at the station.
Really?
Very least. Yeah. At very least. Very least.
And how many people at the station play?
I know of 3.
Okay. And
you can ask Chris. You can ask Chris when he comes on here. Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Chris Watkins, bottom of the hour. Chris Watkins, not a big baseball fan.
No, but we're getting there. I think he's about the same level with me. Yeah, we're getting there. Actually, that's not fair. He's kept up more in previous years than I have. But I'm trying.
Yeah.
I feel for A's fans, but especially as somebody that was on the outside of baseball for a while, I'm excited that there's going to be baseball in Sacramento.
But that was self-exile, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
This is in a way me preparing for the A's being here and potential coverage and trying to get comfortable with just the inner workings of baseball. I like the details of sports. So I got to at least get a baseline here before I can start caring about the details.
Before we get back to the NBA and the Kings, saw something over the weekend, and I don't know that it's been talked about much, if at all, around here. Mayor what's the mayor of Oakland? Sheng Tao?
Sure.
Yeah, she apparently is in the FBI is looking into some matters there. I don't know what's going on, but I read something in the Bay Area paper. I think Scott Osler wrote it. MLB says, well, if she's out of the picture for some reason, we might revisit staying in Oakland.
That'd be great.
Because I guess their feeling is, and I don't even know who the source of this is, but again, this was Scott Osler wrote this, I believe, in the Chronicle. They feel like she was very hostile to MLB. And if she were out of the picture, MLB is apparently, I don't know if they've stated this or it's through sources, they might revisit that whole thing.
Which would be great. I think they obviously keeping the team, but Fisher still.
Yeah, I don't know.
That couldn't be.
Yeah, I don't know.
Couldn't still be through him, right? But then there's little stuff of like, well, if things go bad, could it stay in Sac? So maybe that means that he could be on the way out at some point. Maybe the pressure is getting to him. The sell shirts. Saw Dave in here with one the other day.
They had a ton of sell shirts last night when the A's were in Arizona.
Wow.
Phoenix.
Wow.
Yeah.
Credit to them.
Ton
Yeah,
of them.
absolutely.
And I guess some were being confiscated but some
so
people got
ridiculous. So ridiculous. Yeah, I hope it works out. I think the best thing, well, like I said, selfishly, I would love for them to be here. I do think that the best thing, obviously, would be for them to stay in Oakland. Very loyal fan base. And I think that the way they're doing this reverse boycott and everything is a great way to show that the fan base exists. Absolutely.
That's Brenden Nunes, of course. He's in for Kyle Draper today, our Sactown Sports Kings insider. So what's the simplest answer you can give us, Brenden, to the question, how come the Kings ain't done nothing yet?
I think that they are being picky, like they have been for pretty much since McNair really got here. It feels like I think that all of the guys that they have been looking at in the free agent market, or I'm sorry, in the trade market, are still available. They haven't gone anywhere. And maybe if there was an inkling of, okay, our fallback is Kuzma, and we just found out that actually Golden State, throwing a random team out there, is really chasing Kuzma all of a sudden randomly when that wasn't the case before, that, okay, maybe we just need to take our fallback because we can't have nothing eventually. But I would bet that they do have a fallback. They have some sort of plan in place to potentially, again, fall back on if the bigger fish they're chasing, whether that's Lauri Markkanen or Brandon Ingram becomes available, or honestly, throughout this process, the same way Lauri Markkanen wasn't talked about a few days ago, and then all of a sudden it seems like he's available. There's also an aspect of who else could become available out of nowhere, and not that I'm betting on that, but it's the NBA. This is like the best drama there is, I feel like. And so I think that they are being patient and picky and just making sure they cover all their bases. But I would bet I will eat a Reaper with Styles. Said it before, at least a bite.
Why did you volunteer? Because
they're going to do a move. Yeah. Well, I've been in
right. No one asked you, did they? You're just like, hey, I'll do that.
Yeah. Why not? It just sounds fun. It's one of those things that I kind of wanted to try.
Aren't you awful with spices?
No, actually. Okay. So I've gotten really into spicy food over the last
Mr. Mayo
year.
on the hot dog.
No. Okay. Yeah. You're not wrong. See, we got it in at the show eventually. Yeah. I've gotten into spicy food a lot over the last year, to the point where I'm trying like the hottest wings at Wingstop and then realizing this isn't even a taste. It just removes my taste buds. But yeah, okay. I said I'd do it.
One time I was at my friend's house in Grass Valley, and we were having some Chinese food, and I think it was like a soup, and his son at the time was really young. Like, I don't even know if he was 5. So we're eating the soup, and from a Chinese restaurant, at the bottom of my bowl, there was a really, really, really spicy pepper. And I was like, I don't know if I can eat that. And the kid, I thought, was eating his. And I thought, well, if the kid's eating his, I got to eat mine. So I ate it. My friend goes, what are you doing? You're not supposed to eat that. And I don't think the kid had one.
The kid was eating
I don't know what it was.
else.
I almost died, but I ate it. I don't know what it was. But my friend's like, what are you doing? You don't eat that?
Yeah.
It was just in there for seasoning or something.
It's for seasoning.
And I thought, if the kid's eating it,
they need a more clear warning. You know? What do you mean you're not supposed to eat it? It's food on my plate. Yeah.
I almost just thinking about it, I have to drink water.
Yeah. No, but I mean, I'm very competitive, and for no reason. I just want to say that I've done it. You know?
All right. Lots going on here with some of these potential trades that we're not even privy to. For example, you heard that the Warriors were close to getting Paul George. It's been reported, I think this was Ramona Shelburne, that the Clippers wanted Kuminga. And if the Warriors had said, yeah, all right, then they might have had a deal. But the Warriors said, nope, we're not going to part with Kuminga. And that could be right where Paul George to the Warriors withered and died.
Yeah, I wonder. There's a lot of layers to that. Obviously just the straight up, do you want to move on from Jonathan Kuminga? How much do you want to keep that future there? They absolutely do. And I think there's very good reason for that. I think the other aspect from both sides really is if you love that kind of guy, even if Paul George you do view as an upgrade, do you really want Kuminga on the Clippers, of all teams? Do we want him in the same division as us? And from the Clippers side, I guess, like you said, they reportedly would have accepted it. But it's just they clearly love Jonathan Kuminga. And I think it's kind of as simple as that. It feels very similar to Keegan Murray, no?
Yeah, Brenden, there's a perception now that Danny Ainge is pitting the Warriors against the Kings. And you want Lauri Markkanen? Well, you have to give us a huge package. And Warriors, you got to include Kuminga. Kings, you got to include Keegan Murray. That's not confirmed, but it's the way a lot of people see this. Do you buy that? Do you think how likely is that to be going on?
I think that's definitely, I would bet that those are the conversations currently trying to happen. And as we get closer, it's going to reach a point where either one team's willing to do it, which I would bet against. I think if you're not willing to do it for Paul George, that you're probably not willing to do it for Lauri Markkanen. And I don't think the Kings want to part from Keegan Murray. That seems pretty clear. So, do we just reach a point where somebody's got to budge here, or there's just no deal that's going to get done? And I would bet that after there's some news with Lauri Markkanen, that the Kings news will probably come fairly quickly after. That's one thing checked off the list. Then you move down to Ingram or potentially Kuz.
I got you. So this is not possible. So back down to what we know we can do.
Right.
Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, that's my idea. And I would bet that Lauri seems to be the highest price out of all of them. So you're trying to mess with that, see what could potentially work out. And Danny Ainge could just be pulling everybody along here just for fun to stress out the Kings fan base,
Well, it's smart. It's like all these people want something. I don't want to trade it, but if you want it, all right, what are you going to give me for it? That ain't enough. We're keeping it, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
There's no compulsion to part with Lauri Markkanen.
Yeah, and they have no rush to necessarily.
Yeah.
Well, I guess he does hit free agency, but they have rights for him, can offer him a decent deal, obviously, when he does reach that. So
I read
you
something
could just
really
gauge the market.
interesting about, from in the Athletic, their Jazz beat writer who was just on our show recently.
Tony Jones?
Yes, and he was writing that Utah may be looking at this and going, we're not going to be that good this year. Next year, the draft could be spectacular. Maybe we want to move Lauri Markkanen now, and that's going to put us in position to have a better draft pick next year.
Cooper Flagg.
Yeah.
Cooper Flagg. That's the one everybody loves. I was looking at some of it. There's going to be a handful more overseas guys as well. I don't got the names off the top of my head. There's a French guy up there in the lottery for Allen.
French point guard, I think.
Yes, I believe you're right. Yeah, I can't think of his name off the top of my head, but Allen loves the French guys. But that was, whatever. And yeah, I think that
he's supposed to be the best French point guard since Tony Parker.
Yeah.
Which, has there been a French point guard
I
since Tony
couldn't
Parker?
think of I couldn't tell you another one. I don't think Tesadosic, definitely not French. Yeah, I couldn't give you another one, but I think that is an aspect here.
Isn't Tesadosic the guy that looked like the Geico caveman kind of?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's so funny that when you say that, I'm instantly, yes, absolutely. I think that is an aspect, though, from Utah's side, is that you don't want to be, you'd rather be in the bottom 5 than you would be in the next 5, obviously, when it comes to some of these lottery odds, and it's supposed to be a good draft. Maybe that's where you find your SGA if you're trying to replicate a Thunder thing rather than Lauri already being that guy.
Could nothing major be a winning strategy for the Kings? Any way that works, we're back with that. Brenden, Whitey, Simone, and you. Drive Guys, Sactown Sports.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out SactownSports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, the Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on SactownSports.com.
Hey, California, Cellathon means big savings. Cellathon means great selection. Cellathon means 6 days to save. So visit your California Ford dealer now through July 8th and get great offers across the lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. like the Built Ford Tough F-150, part of Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 47 years and counting. Or the adventure-ready Ford Bronco Sport, with GOAT modes to help you conquer the great outdoors. And the always electrifying Ford Mustang Mach-E, with 0 to 60 thrills and 0 emissions. It's the Ford 4th of July Sell-a-thon. That means choices. Whether it's gas, hybrid, or all-electric, now is the best time to get behind the wheel of your brand new Ford truck or SUV and drive it home today. But hurry, these offers absolutely end July 8th. So go to your California Ford dealer today. Based on 1977 to 2023 calendar year total sales.
Man, it was electric. I mean, they were ringing those cowbells. It was purple everywhere. I think my new favorite color might be purple now. So, man, it's great, though. I mean, I just definitely feel welcomed here. Like I said, very blessed to be here. Flight was smooth. So, no, it's great, though. Just super excited to be here. And, you know, I heard that they're the best fans in the country, so I'm just excited to go out there and perform in front of them, you know, win some games for them, make the playoffs.
You hear that? That's Devin Carter extending the rose to Kings fans. Purple might be my favorite color. I hear they're the best fans in the NBA, right? He knows what he's doing.
He's a smart guy.
Yeah,
absolutely. High IQ player.
Kings fans eating it up. Oh, we love this guy.
As they should. Just wait till he lights the beam. You know, we got little TikToks going on, which I know is Chris Watkins' favorite thing for any player to possibly do. He's playing to the crowd. He's doing it the right way, you know, making sure that he knew that it was Roseville they grew up in, even though I think he was here for a year, and maybe I just have horrible memory. I would not remember the name of the city, but, you know, you check
you would. Where you lived?
For a year?
Yes.
I get when I'm like 14. No, there's a chance I might not, Whitey. Let me tell you, my memory's not the greatest if we can't tell here. You know, I told you in a break.
That one shocks me.
I mean,
if I lived somewhere for a year when I was 14, I wouldn't remember the name of the city.
A year? I don't know. I guess I would. Yeah, you might be right. Yeah, fair enough. But play into the crowd.
Who was your sixth grade teacher? What was your sixth grade teacher's name?
Please, Brenden.
Please say Mr. It was a dude.
Okay.
I can see his face. He was actually, you know, ironically, he was my favorite teacher too, Whitey. And I can't.
You don't got it?
No.
Wow.
I could find his classroom at my elementary school, but I cannot think of his name. I'll remember it at like 6:02 probably.
Okay.
Or in a random.
He made an impression. It's not like, I don't know, right? You just can't come up with.
Yeah, I can see his head. It was this bald guy that was my favorite teacher. I just can't. I can't. We're gonna get there, but no, that was a good exercise because it's a prime example. I'm telling you, I might forget, but Devin definitely did his work. If he probably has better memory than me, and playing to Kings fans' hearts, and I think that he will do the same thing on the floor.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Frank has been hanging on. Frank, you're on the drive, guys. Thanks for hanging. What can we do for you?
Hey, I think we should go after Miles Bridges. Everybody deserves a second chance, buddy. Nobody lives in a glass house. I'm sure if I dug up some dirt on you, I could find some bad stuff about you, too. I'm not perfect. You're not perfect. Your coach isn't perfect. The guy made a mistake.
Yeah.
And we're also here to play basketball. You know, that's his job.
Yes.
I mean, come on, man. You know, if you're judging him just because he made one mistake,
no.
If you make a mistake, do you deserve to be should you be brought back to your job, or should KCK fire you?
Well, that's not up to me. That would be up to KCK. First of all, that's not up to me. It would depend what I did. So as far as what Miles Bridges did, I understand everything you're saying, and I wish him the best, but I wouldn't want that guy on my basketball team. Yeah. He's going to be on somebody's team. So I hope he's very happy and hope he learns his lesson and turns things around, but I don't want him on my basketball team. I don't want my organization affiliated with that discussion, frankly.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it for sure. And I think there's just levels to, because I agree with the second chances thing as a general principle.
Yeah, I know.
But there's levels to your mistake, you know, and this is very high up. I mean, to the would KHTK keep you around? Probably not. That's a whole thing. That's a whole different level thing. It's a bad look on your entire organization, company, however you want to word that. But I understand the second chances again as a general concept, but there's just levels to what was your first mistake. And what are we talking about here?
Yeah, and as far as the outrage, Frank, and I get it, but I'm not obligated to say, it's all right. Yeah, everybody makes mistakes. I don't have to feel that way. I can say, you know what? I'm really against that. And you may be sorry you did it. I hope you are. And maybe you will never do anything like that again. But I still don't have to say, yeah, all right, come on aboard. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just one of those things where like we've said, I definitely think it would be best to stay away from that. People do deserve second chances. People can get better. But I don't think that we've been given a reason to think that Bridges has felt bad about the thing he's done. We haven't heard him talk about that from my knowledge. There's also another instance after the first one. So it doesn't seem like the most sorry individual. And that's just not something that you want affiliated with your organization.
And we'll see. That's up to the Kings. And if they decide to do that, okay, fine. I'm just telling you, I wouldn't do it. All right. I have that right to feel that way about something so heinous. All right. Could nothing major be a strategy for the Kings? Nothing major. Maybe it's like, all right, we couldn't get any of these big fish. They just weren't available. The prices were too exorbitant. Maybe the Kings add a couple of mid-level guys. Is there any way you think that could be? I know Kings fans would be very upset. Any way you think that could work?
I had told myself going into this offseason, because they're very patient, like we've talked about. So in my mind, was like, okay, what does the deadline need to be if you have to do something by this point? For me, it's the deadline, the trade deadline. Ideally, it should be this offseason, and I would get the outrage if there were nothing major that were to take place. But I think it would be the deadline, and that would only take place if you didn't love any of your potential options right now, which it seems like they do. They would like them, and I would bet that something will happen now. But I think the timeline is really before Keegan reaches his next extension, and that is on your books. And that extension will probably be agreed to, I would imagine, the next offseason, and you still have one more year of the rookie deal before that would kick in. So to me, it's this deadline before you eventually have those conversations with Keegan and your books get complicated, where you have to do something by. But ideally, it really should be the offseason. And the only reason I would think that it would make sense to wait till the deadline is if, again, you thought just all your options dried up here, it was going to cost you way too much to do something and you didn't want to. But I think they're at a point where they kind of need to be a little bit desperate in a way, without sacrificing too much. For me, it's this year or the deadline at the very, very latest.
To me, there's basically three options. One is, you know what? Tear it down. Tank, rebuild. They're not going to do that. That's not an option, really. That is, door one. Door two is you try to methodically add through the draft and say, all right, if we can't add a big star this year, we added Devin Carter. Hopefully he's a piece going forward. Hopefully we can add some useful free agents, maybe a trade around the margins here or there. Our core develops, gets better together. De'Aaron Fox reaches a new level, and Keegan Murray gets better, and just organically you become better that way. And then thirdly is you go out and you make some risky moves. Of those three, it looks to me, the third one looks like what they want to do. And even though there's no guarantee any of those works, you can tank and it still doesn't guarantee it's going to work. But to me, door number three is the most logical approach right now.
Yeah, I definitely think the same. And the only reason that you would want to wait necessarily is you're hoping somebody else becomes available. You're like, maybe the price will go down on one of these guys. That is a risk within itself. So I think it probably makes more sense to take the risk now than to wait just to figure out, maybe it's a little bit less of a risk down the line. Are you waiting for Jimmy Butler to become available? So you're waiting until the deadline or something like that. I think that, like you're saying, risk is going to be involved, and now is probably the time to do it.
Yeah, and it also gets back to the conversation we had with Dave earlier. Dave saying, I want to win a championship. Fair enough. Is this core good enough realistically? You've got your two best players are top 25-ish, right?
Yeah.
In the league,
yeah,
which is great, but that's your two best players. You're going to add a third player. Is he going to be better than that? Are any of those guys significantly better than that? I don't know. Maybe Zach LaVine, if he's like healthy and everything, maybe he could rank higher than that. But it's hard to see a core coming together right now with what you have to work with that's actually championship level. Now, if you're just trying to be, relevant and be better over the next couple of years, and then you'll see, okay. But right now, like Dave's saying, I want to build a championship right now. That's a very, very long and twisting path from where they are right now. Right?
Absolutely.
In all fairness.
Absolutely. And I think that's fair. But I think that the issue is that you have to almost believe in this group. You don't really have a choice. You can make a big swing. You can add another one.
You're committed to this core.
But you're committed to these three, really. And
Yeah.
specifically Fox and Domas. Not to say that they couldn't switch something up, but you're absolutely committed to this core. And I think that you have to have a belief in those guys to be good enough is really what it comes down to. And De'Aaron Fox has taken a big jump in his game the last 2 years. He could do it again. You know,
I think he has to.
I think
that
he
may not
has
be
to.
fair at all because, as you say, he's been excellent. But I think for this to work, you need Keegan to take, big strides, and you also need Fox to get even better.
Absolutely. I think the only way this team ever wins a championship is if De'Aaron Fox can be the best player on the floor.
Yeah.
And I think he's the only player that I feel like I can reasonably look at and think, like, maybe
Do you think he was hurt last year?
There were definitely times where he was hurt.
I agree.
There were definitely times where he had shoulder things. It wouldn't surprise me if he played through things just to make sure he met that 65 game mark, because obviously if he makes all NBA, all of a sudden Supermax becomes available. So of course, but also to that same note, he's eligible for a Supermax. If he makes all NBA, he's going to ball out this year. He has Supermax money on the line for 5 years. If he makes all NBA this year,
Could not be more motivated.
I think he's going to be on another level. And we saw the big jump as a 3-point shooter. I think now it's about reining it in and getting ideal shot selection. That will be another big step there. But I think that De'Aaron Fox needs to be the best player on the floor for them to win against the best teams in the league. And I think he has the capabilities of doing that on his best nights.
I think one of the things we have to embrace going forward here is whatever the Kings do, they have to keep what we consider their core. They have to keep that intact. If you're to part with, obviously, Keegan is the one that teams are asking about. If you part with Keegan and bring in whoever, it's almost like you're not making progress. You need to add to that core.
Yeah.
If you really want to maximize your potential.
Yeah. And it almost lets you do both in a way, I feel like, is where, say it's a little bit of a older guy right now, if I guess Egram doesn't fall into that, but more of a now player, I guess, in their prime. It allows Keegan's process to be a little bit more smooth. He gets less expectations early on. And as that other guy slowly starts to fade out, then Keegan gets more responsibility. And I think that you can almost play those both timelines where one can aid him in the meantime while he's getting better. And then on the other end of their careers or in a couple years, that Keegan then can have more responsibility and kind of grow into that. So I think that Keegan is obviously a big piece in this, but he allows you to play in sort of both timelines in my life.
Speaking of responsibilities, Brenden, we're going to have Chris Watkins join us here, our good buddy. Your responsibility is to keep him from just going on and on about the Minnesota Vikings.
Okay.
Because you know how it gets.
Yeah.
Oh, and that reminds me of the Vikings.
Big JJ McCarthy guy. Big JJ guy.
Chris Watkins with his views on where the Kings are, where they're going next on Sactown Sports.
Malik Monk plays
Started
here.
left, goes right, steps back, launches the three. Nothing but net. Oh, that was just filthy. Oh, my, that was sweet.
Sactown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
July 4th savings explode at Maida Chevy with $12,000 off MSRP on every new Silverado half-ton Turbo Max in stock after rebates. $12,000 off every Silverado LT Turbo Max at Maida Chevy with at least 5 at this price. July 4th savings up to $12,000 off Silverado exclusively at Maida Chevy at MaidaChevy.com. Sacramento Silverado headquarters. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing, leasing, and other offers. Must trade in 2010 model year or newer. N 73124.
Made a great deal at Maida.
I'm a very active person that likes to move around and go. The pain I was in was really excruciating. It was actually debilitating. I was basically heading towards a sedentary lifestyle. I had really tried everything, but I quickly lost hope with all of the things that we had tried, and that's what led me to the Good Feet store. And when I found the Good Feet system, it really just changed everything. It brought me back to life. I have my active lifestyle back.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
The wild-eyed Southern boys are back. 38 special. Rocket into the night. Friday, July 19th at 7:30 at the venue at Thunder Valley. With Lou Graham, the original voice of Foreigner. Tickets on sale now. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss 38 Special Live.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Plati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sactown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
You did it, Boston. The Celtics are NBA champions. It's time to come together and celebrate in style. Go to NBAstore.com right now to get all your championship gear. The official locker room collection with t-shirts for the whole crew. The official locker room hat and everything you need to celebrate the Larry O'Brien Championship Trophy. Celtics fans, it's your time, so get your gear. NBAstore.com, a Fanatics experience.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave inviting you to make the switch to electric this spring and save big with American Energy. Stay ahead of the spiking energy bills this summer with up to $9,000 in rebates on a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. American Energy is providing huge rebates from SMUD as well as spring specials by installing one of many incredibly efficient AC options available to you right now. Get rid of those fluctuating gas bills in the winter and switch to year-round all-electric with American Energy. Let them perform a free in-home energy efficiency analysis and see where they can help you save for the warmer months ahead. These guys are the best. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ from the Better Business Bureau. Learn more by calling 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Sactown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Well, you listen to Styles and Watkins every day. If you do, you know one thing about Chris Watkins. He is a big Bruno Mars fan. So nice enough to join us. My buddy, my former partner, a year ago, we were doing a show together. Chris Watkins. How are you, Chris?
I was doing a lot better before I heard this song, let me tell you.
What do you mean?
Simone, this is good work by you, but come on now.
Pretzel!
Oh, all on deck.
I just did one of those pretzel calls the other day. Yeah, the good old days.
Yeah.
By the way, shout out my 6th grade teacher, Mr. Mercero.
Whatever. Dude,
Come
I still cannot think of mine. I swear I love that teacher too, dude.
Yeah. Mine was
I mean, you're the youngest one here.
Yeah. Mine was Jewel Thurman, Mrs. Thurman. She was great.
You know the first name?
Yes, of course.
Mrs. Guzman over here.
Absolutely.
What is happening? Oh my God. I'm telling you, I will remember like 2 minutes after the show ends for no reason. I'll report back tomorrow.
Well, you should know it now. It should just
I know
be
I
something
should.
you know.
I know I should. I just don't. I'm not good at this.
Shows how much you paid attention in school.
Yeah.
That's fair. Absolutely.
Hey, Chris, I believe this kind of broke right before you guys ended, but what did you make of the Mark Spears report that the Kings are dark horses for DeMar DeRozan? Because it's something that Brenden and I have both been kind of struggling with today.
Me, to be honest, I heard you guys talking about it, and when it broke towards the end of our show, it really only made sense to me as a mid-level option. And even then, I think Keith Smith of Spotrac put out this morning that the Kings only really have $9.5 million of their mid-level exception available. So I can't imagine DeRozan wanting to take that. And I heard you guys talking earlier about reports saying that DeRozan wasn't even willing to take that with teams like the Clippers or the Lakers or something like that. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. But the one thing I did kind of spin it into is we talk a lot about the Kings fixing their free throw issues. DeMar DeRozan takes 7 free throws a game at 85%. Sign me up for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's one way to look at it. I know you're also a big Kyle Anderson slow-mo guy.
Oh, yeah.
I am a little bit over here. How much does it hurt to see him go to Golden State on that deal?
I don't. Why do they keep doing this to me? Like I mean, it's a great fit for them. I do think, him next to Draymond is or possibly even taking Draymond's minutes as his backup is a really good spot for him. I mean, he's somebody who is a really underrated playmaker. I think he's a really high IQ player and can just do a little bit of everything. I hate the fact that he's on the Warriors, but, I really do think that situation is so bad that I'm not sure Kyle Anderson's going to help it. So they kind of continue to bring in with D'Anthony Melton a lot of misfit toys that I like, but together I feel like Golden State is still missing the mark.
Chris Watkins, nice enough to join us. He's on every day here with Alan Stiles from 10 to 2. Have you gotten over the whole deal with Sasha and Mr. Vezenkov and Davion going to the Raptors yet?
Yeah, I'm definitely less hurt by it than I was initially. It really did hit me like a pile of bricks.
I know. I saw you. I'll never forget that day. Yeah.
I was pretty shook up. I can't lie. I mean, it made no sense at the time. And, I think as the days go by, Kings fans are starting to get more and more on my side from that day. But it's weird because I was saying it the other day. I feel like I've actually swapped places with a lot of Kings fans. After that day, people were like, this is clearly a sign that a move is coming. And I was freaking out. And I feel like now I'm the one who's pointing back to that trade saying, this is clearly a sign that they are planning to do something. And everybody now is screaming, what are they doing? Are they going to do anything? I would say I'm still not really over it from a value perspective. I still think Davion Mitchell had some value in an open market. I think if you are potentially doing these Brandon Ingram, Kyle Kuzma deals, I think he could have been somebody that could sweeten a trade package that's involved in that. But ultimately, I understand it was pretty much, for all intents and purposes, a salary dump. It's not great that I feel like that by nature is a bit of a move of desperation. They're doing that not because they feel like they're getting good return, but because they feel like they have to do it in order to make further moves. So from that sense, I'm still not really over it, but I see the bigger picture, I think, and it leads me to believe that they are going to make a move here at some point. But as you guys have laid out, and I continue to say, these things take time. They do not materialize overnight, and there's a lot of different options for the Kings to pursue, and it really does, if you're tracking all the reports, seem like they're going through every single option.
Yeah, a handful of options for sure they've been linked to. But when it comes to Devin Carter, intro presser this morning, a lot of similarities to one of those guys that got sent out, at least in the conversations and the things that get highlighted about him, obviously with Davion Mitchell there. But how do you feel about Devin's potential impact and also, level of willingness to include him in a trade if a team were to ask for that?
Yeah, first off, I'm going to start with that second part. I don't want to see Devin Carter move. I can't. I just got emotionally attached to him and him having his opening presser. Don't get me started on the TikTok. I heard you make reference to it. I'm not going to get into it, but I've already committed to this guy being on the roster. And I'm going to, again, point to that Davion Mitchell-Sasha trade as evidence that I don't think Devin Carter is being involved in these deals, because if you then ship off Devin Carter, you don't have that backup point guard, and I guess you could address that in free agency. But to me, I think Devin Carter was brought in. I think the order of operations of this offseason has been a little bit jumbled here recently, and I feel like, they are going to keep Devin Carter. And the first part of that, Brenden, can you remind me of what the first part of your question was?
Well,
don't ask him to remember something.
Yeah. This is a tough one. Tough one.
That's my bad. That's where
just your confidence in, or where you stand with what you expect his initial role to be.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a bit of a confusing one too. I think I've heard you, Brenden, say that you could potentially see him by the end of the season, possibly entering the starting lineup, and I think that's, I think that's definitely not a pie in the sky, but I think that's the ultimate hope, is that he could reach that level. I think, ultimately the thing I see for him is, and Monty made reference to it the first night after he drafted Devin, is his versatility. I mean, when I think of how Devin Carter plays, I don't see why he can't play next to De'Aaron Fox. I don't see why he can't play next to Malik Monk, and even Kevin Huerter, if he were to stay here. I think him and Keon might have a little bit of issue being out there on the floor at the same time. But I really think that the thing I like most about Devin is he seems to be really, really versatile in terms of him playing the 1 or the 2 in his style of play, not really bumping into a lot of other styles of play that the Kings have. And I think that's the thing that this team just desperately needed, was somebody who has some real positional versatility that makes sense. And I think he's going to get 20 minutes probably a night to start off. And from there, we'll see if it goes up or down. But I think that these guys are ready to play him from day one.
Chris Watkins with us. And to me, Chris, if he were to become a starter, if Carter is a starter at some point, Carter the starter, then you would have 3 of your starters that you drafted. And to me, especially in a small market, it's really important to, draft your core pieces because it's so hard to acquire guys by other means. But before we get any further here, as we were just talking about, Brenden can't remember his 6th grade teacher's name.
I'm really trying this whole time.
I don't know if this is I can remember from kindergarten through. I had Mrs. Boss in kindergarten. Yeah. I had Mrs. Buchanan. I had Mrs. Warren, then Mrs. Rader. Then I had Mrs. McCabe's course, 4th and 5th, and Mrs. Thurman. I mean, that's not.
I can do my first 3.
That's not that unusual, is it?
I can do my first 3.
Yeah?
I feel like I can go 4 through 8 very, very confidently. A little before that, I get a little murky.
Yeah, I got 1 to 3. I got Mrs. K. I got Mrs. Miss Pacheco, and then I got Miss Bard.
Hey, you can't even get a full name.
Dude, she had a super long name.
Was she like a secret agent or something?
Super long name, and we were first graders. She didn't expect us to pronounce it, bro. Yeah, Coach K, whatever, bro. And people in the chat are like, you could make up names. I'm trying to be authentic, guys. It's on the tip of my tongue, dude. I'm telling you, I will figure it out. I will figure it out eventually.
All right.
Wow.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Do you have not to put you on the spot, do you have a prediction of where you think what you think the Kings are going to do, what you hope they do, and are they different?
Yeah, I hope it's not very different. I think the Kings are probably going to strike out on the Lauri Markkanen front. I really think that value is just going to be too much more than the Kings are willing to pay. I feel like I've seen a lot of other teams get excited more on social media, but seeing even trade possibilities of where Brandon Ingram can go. I know Cleveland's been a name that's popped up a lot with, Darius Garland making those comments early in the offseason about, hey, if Donovan Mitchell's still around, I don't want to be here. Jared Allen is a name that they could possibly move on from. Say all this to say, I think Brandon Ingram will probably get swept up by a better offer. And I think they end up settling for one of Kyle Kuzma or Cam Johnson. And that's kind of what I want. I heard Dave earlier shoot for the stars and say he wants a championship and he doesn't want to make a move that doesn't bring this team to title contention. But I think that making a move for Cam Johnson or a Kyle Kuzma-esque player puts you at a different level. And, it's kind of what I told Dave this morning. I think part of basketball sometimes, the reason why Mike Brown keeps reiterating, hey, we're in year 2 of a long 6, sometimes 8-year process. You kind of have to hit your head on the ceiling a couple times and then readjust from there. And I think those guys allow you to hit a different ceiling, but also allow you the flexibility to make that adjustment later. If you bring in a Zach LaVine, a Brandon Ingram, and then sign him to a long-term deal, yeah, you might run into the problem that Dave's afraid of, and you might not be able to adjust. With Kyle Kuzma and his $22 million salary that gets as low as, I think, $19 or $17 million, Cam Johnson, I think, makes 21 the next couple of years. Those guys, if it doesn't ultimately bring you to a championship, you're not cap locked. You see all these teams terrified of the second apron. Those guys would allow you to not hit those luxury tax holds, and you could eventually make that secondary move, or who knows how many moves it takes down the line. But it gets you closer to where you want to be, and I think you shouldn't not get there just because it doesn't ultimately bring you exactly where you want to go.
I don't know if you remember, Chris, but honestly, last summer when we were doing the show, Cam Johnson was my guy, but he went so quickly. He was gone. He was off the market, but he was the guy a year ago I really wanted, and I'm with you. I still like him very much for the Kings right now, so that'd be nice.
Yeah, very nice. I'd be a big fan. And, if he can come with his partner, Dorian Finney-Smith, too, I wouldn't be too upset at that.
All right. Well, we appreciate it. Anything else you had for your buddy?
Yeah, I will. Now, okay, so we were earlier, I was claiming that I was a top 5 MLB The Show player in the office, and I just need some confirmation here.
Well, I mean, I don't know if there's 5 people in the office.
Listen, it's a yes or no question.
Sure. Yes, you're top 5.
Top 3, maybe?
You're definitely not top 4. How about
top 3? Whoa. All right, whatever. It's all good. Maybe we'll stream one of these games.
Styles and Watkins tomorrow, 10 to 2. Chris, thank you. We really appreciate it. I know you got better stuff to do, so thanks, man. We'll see you tomorrow.
No
Thanks,
problem.
man.
Next time, can we please talk some Vikings?
No.
Of course.
No.
Yes,
Please,
of course
please.
we will.
Sorry.
Thank you. Skol! Yes. Chris Watkins. Yeah, you're getting, I wouldn't say beaten up, but cuffed around a little bit on the
Dude,
chat.
it starts with a B. That's all. Like, I'm getting closer.
I love Mrs. K.
I'm getting closer.
My
That
teacher
one's
was Mrs.
real.
K.
That one's real.
That's
She had a
definitely-
very
I
long.
don't know.
She had a very long last name, and we were first graders, so she didn't expect us to know her whole name. And for what it's worth, since she has been divorced and no longer has that name, so I forgot it in the meantime. Listen, I'm trying. I'm trying.
Yeah.
You got a big roar from the control room back here.
I
We're laughing
did.
a lot.
I did kind of hear that.
Thank you.
Dude, I'm telling you, I'm going to get there eventually.
Miss K.
That's a real one, though. It's the thing.
This
I'm clearly
fictitious
not lying. Listen, I could have made
teacher.
up names by now. Okay.
Watch out. You got to give the information to Mrs. K.
Mrs. Kyle and Mr. Anderson, maybe something like that.
Are you ready to take on Simone in the Whitey's Wayback quiz?
Sure. I don't know what I'm getting myself into, but I'll
right,
try.
Good luck. A sad day in hoops history remembered in the Wayback quiz. Next, as we wrap things up, Drive Guy Sactown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sactown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sactown Sports app.
This 4th of July, celebrate in style with Amy's Outdoor Living, your grilling headquarters. From burgers to brisket, Amy's Outdoor Living's got perfect grills for your Independence Day celebration. See the new Red Hot barbecue brands Napoleon and Rectech. Napoleon grills perfect gas and infrared grilling, and they're built to last. Rectech pellet grills built like a tank and offer the #1 rated grilling app. Free setup and delivery with Amy's for grills, $3.99 and up. Amy's also features Weber, Big Green Egg, and Traeger gas and pellet grills. And you got to see the one I got, the Gosney Professional Pizza Ovens. Oh, my goodness. Add some style to your backyard party with new furniture, and Amy's will pay the sales tax on all in-stock furniture and outdoor decor items. Visit their clearance center in the Sacramento store for scratch and dent savings. Amy's Outdoor Living, El Camino near Watt, and inside Amy Ace Hardware in the El Dorado Town Center.
Where do you go when you need someone to represent you? For me, you want someone that is local and that you can actually get to and talk with. There are plenty of big branded lawyers out there with the name, but you never get to talk to them. So go to saclegaldefense.com and connect with the law offices of Jonathan Gonzalez. He's local, he'll represent you, and he'll have your back. Whether it's expungements, wrongful termination, when you're in a spot when you need legal help, call the law offices of Jonathan Gonzalez at 916-304-9187.
Did you know that feeling sluggish or weighed down could be a sign that your digestive system isn't working at its best? Taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil fiber powders help promote your daily digestive health using a plant-based fiber called psyllium. The gelling action of this special fiber traps and removes waste so you can feel lighter and more energetic. Metamucil, promoting digestive health for a better you. Learn more at metamucil.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool has been put away. Now is the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
It's the Folsom Lake Ford 4th of July Sell-a-thon. Get low finance rates and zero down deals on approval of credit right now. Shop Folsom Lake Ford over 35 years in the Folsom Auto Mall and tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you.
Yeah, we thought Brenden by now he would remember his 6th grade teacher's name.
Or
he
found
says,
it. The staff directory has nothing for me.
He says he can't remember it, even though he just told me a minute ago. He says, as a middle school, I used to go back there and hang out with him. He was my favorite teacher. I still can't remember his name.
I really can't for the life of me right now. I'm
there must be a reason why there's a mental block. There's something about that teacher that reminds you of something you don't want to think about.
Sure.
So you have a mental block.
Sure.
Either that or you can't remember anything.
It did. Yeah. I thought of something that it could correlate to, but we're going to save that.
Really?
Save that. Maybe.
Okay, well,
you never know.
I would explain it.
You never know.
It's just us here. I mean,
No. Good try, though. Good try. I really wish the staff directory, I wish he still worked there or something. Nothing's helping me out. I got nothing.
Somebody on the chat, it might have been Compio, says, dude, that was like 9 years ago. Wasn't that long?
I know it wasn't. I just have too many guys like effective field goal percentages in my head that last names have gone away.
Your brain only has room for so much, right?
Yeah, I'm telling you, I got 3 topics that I'm good at, and old teachers are not one of them.
Basketball, video games, and what was the other one?
And music, I would say.
I was going to say shoes.
No,
All right.
not really my
Not
thing.
a sneakerhead.
No,
All
I
right.
keep it pretty simple there for the most part.
We may have some basketball, definitely have some baseball in Whitey's Wayback quiz for July the 2nd. So I think today your performance will go on Kyle Draper's record, Brenden, and then Simone's.
Sure.
Jay already entrusted his week to Simone.
Okay.
So the way it works here, and who won yet? Kyle Draper won yesterday?
Yes,
Yeah.
barely.
Okay. Yeah,
Little
that's right.
walk-off.
It was very close. So you get to go first here if you want, Brenden. And the way it works is everything in the quiz happened or is related to something that happened on this date, July 2nd. Okay. So I have the following. We only have 5 today, 5 years to choose from. So I'll give you the years and you can pick which year you want to start with, or you could pass, but that's probably not a good strategy. But 1963, 1995, 2008, 2013, 2022. Which one? And I'll help you with these. That's great if you're going to write them down, but it's not like you're expected to remember.
Well,
63,
I have to win.
95, 2008, 2013, 2022. Where do you want to start?
So let's go the most recent, right? Let's go 22.
Okay, 2022. This date, 2022. What team became, and I'm going to give you options here. What team became the first ever to hit 4 consecutive home runs in the first inning? You're a big baseball fan now, right?
Oh, yeah.
Which team became the first to ever hit 4 consecutive home runs in the first inning? The Yankees, the Cardinals, or the Reds?
Well, the Yankees feels like the obvious answer, but that has to be wrong. I'm going to go, I guess, Cardinals?
That's correct.
Let's go. Yeah. I knew the Yankees were a bait. If it was Yankees, I would have never heard the end from Frankie.
Your 6th grade teacher would have taught you that's a red herring.
Yeah, fair enough.
Very good.
Fair enough. Not
Yes.
6th grade, but you know, you're close.
Literary
It's
devices
solid.
were
Yeah.
too.
Simone, your play here, 63, 95, 08, 2013. 1-0, Brenden.
You said 2015?
2013.
13. Let's go ahead with that.
All right. This day, 2013. The Giants were no hit by what Reds pitcher with the same first name as a famous animated character? So this day, 2013. Giants no hit by what Reds pitcher with the same first name as a famous animated character? Mickey Lolich, Homer Bailey, or Charlie Liebrandt?
Isn't it Homer Bailey?
It is.
I am going to say that. Yeah.
It is Homer Bailey.
Yes.
Wow, you didn't even hesitate on that.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was
that's-
really scared. I was like, that's the only one I
good
recognized,
one.
to be honest. But yeah, let's go.
Mickey Loach was a long time ago, and Charlie Liebrandt was not pitching then either, I don't think. So, 1-1 game. We got a firecracker of a contest here, Brenden. Back to you, 63, 95, or 08.
Let's go 63, I guess.
All right, 1963. Juan Marichal and the Giants. Oh, you got your Giants hat on.
Yeah.
You got to get this right.
Yeah.
Big Giants fan, right?
Totally.
Juan Marichal and the Giants beat Warren Spahn and the Braves 1-0 in 16 innings on a home run by who? Willie McCovey, Willie Mays, or Orlando Cepeda? This date.
Oh, God.
16 innings. One of the most famous games, certainly in Giants history.
Let's go McCovey. What, did it go into the Cove? Is that why this is famous?
Cove wasn't built yet.
I'm taking it. You're right. You're right.
But that's incorrect. So, Simone.
Why did I pick 6?
Juan Marichal and the Giants beat Warren Spahn and the Braves 1-0, 16 innings on a home run by Willie Mays or Orlando Cepeda.
I'm just on principle going to pick Willie Mays.
Correct.
It felt too obvious.
In the Covey Cove.
That was iconic. I love that. It wasn't built yet.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I mean, I guess it was there. They just didn't call it.
Yeah, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. All right, so Simone has to lead 2-1. Brenden. No, it's Simone's. Whose turn is it?
Her turn to
Simone's. All right. Wow. She could she could actually clinch it here with this point. Simone, 1995, 2008.
95, please.
1995. Who became the first Japanese player selected to play in baseball's All-Star game on this day, 1995? Was it Hideo Nomo, Ichiro Suzuki, or Bento Box?
What?
Was it Hideo Nomo? Maybe it was Ben Tobox. Hideo Nomo, Ichiro Suzuki, or Ben Tobox?
Ichiro, please.
Ichiro Suzuki is not correct, which means I think Brendan's got this
it's not the bento box. I'm going A here.
Hideo Nomo.
Yes.
We're all even.
Let's go.
One question left.
I would have picked Ichiro, too, for what it's worth.
Yeah. All right, so we got one left here. This is it.
Right?
Yeah, that's all that's left. You get first crack at it.
Let's do it.
You score, you win. You miss, Simone can scoop and score and win. 2008, a settlement is reached on this date, allowing the Seattle Sonics to move to Oklahoma City. Very sad. How many games would the Thunder win in their first season in OKC? 23, 33, or 43?
It was not many. Let's see. So Kevin Durant's second year. It's the Russell Westbrook's first year. What were my options? 26, 30?
23, 33, 43. Their first year in OKC. How many wins for the Thunder? It's for the game.
23.
23, final answer?
23.
You win!
Let's go! Yes! Let's go!
No!
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he pulls it out.
I knew it was Willie Mays the whole time, too. I just tried to keep it close.
3-2. Great match. Thank you for coming in today.
Undefeated. I'll never play again.
Well played, Simone.
Thank you.
Good job.
Good game.
Yeah, thanks for being with us. I think Kyle Draper is back tomorrow. Hopefully you'll be back, too. What do we have coming up now? I know we have Kyle Ledbetter. Oh, okay. Infinity Sports Radio Network is next. Thanks for being with us. We'll talk to you again tomorrow. Maybe the Kings will have made a deal by then. Sactown Sports.
What's the missing piece for the 49ers?
Which names will they add during free agency? Whether it's in season or off season, the coverage never stops. Get the latest 49ers news on Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10